have to have visionaries. You know, you have to have people that will think outside of the norm.
We're getting access to viewpoints and to people and to connection that we never, ever would have.
You have to believe change is possible in order to bring it about.
Having integrity in yourself and in your work, that is success.
We are our own leaders. We all are responsible for the change that we want to see.
It's about a broader question of representation, who gets to define how we see the world.
It's the power of sharing and connecting and vulnerability.
How do we intentionally rebuild a sense of community?
Every single person around the world can create a movement.
Please welcome Executive Vice President of Atlantic.
Well, I'll just tell you who I am. How about that? Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I'm Candace Montgomery, Executive Vice President of Atlantic Live, the team that brings the Atlantic journalism to the stage all over the nation as well as on screens. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to State of Our Union, Nebraska. Thank you for joining us. Give yourselves a round of applause. The Great Plains are at a crossroads, and nowhere is that more evident than in Nebraska. From its urban centers to rural communities, Nebraska has an economy as diverse as its varied landscape. But opportunities and challenges remain. Economic development, climate change, shifting demographics, political polarization, and more. Today, we will convene local leaders, policymakers, and journalists to discuss the regional issues influencing the national dialogue and highlight the importance of local journalism. You have a front row seat to this moment. A few housekeeping notes. Please silence your cell phones, but don't put them away. We want you to be a part of the conversation. Please tag us in your post and use hashtag SOOU. Now, please join me in welcoming Matt Nguyen, Executive Director, Nebraska Journalism Trust, which publishes Flatwater Free Press, and our partner in today's event. Matt?
Wow. Thanks so much to all of you for being here. Before anything else, how about the Atlantic, right? These guys are professionals. We are so honored to host them. Thank you guys for being here. You know, as Candace said, we've got a slate of topics to talk about today that cover, I think, the breadth of some of the most pressing issues in Nebraska. We're going to talk about higher education. We're going to talk about entrepreneurship. We're going to talk about sports. And that's just the beginning. We're really looking forward to this day. I'm so honored that you all can be here, and I'm so excited that I'm not going to say anything else. Thanks so much.
For a conversation on the state of our state, please welcome Representative Mike Flood of Nebraska with Matthew Hansen, editor of the Flatwater Free Press.
Good morning.
I love it when print people end up on TV.
We're going to do good, though. First of all, thanks, Congressman Flood, for being here. You guys likely know this, but state senator for a decade?
A decade.
And now second, I guess 1.5 terms as a congressman. And also, while in law school, he started a radio station and became a series of radio stations and TV stations called News Channel Nebraska across the state. So, media guy.
One of the things I appreciate with Flatwater is there are news deserts all over the state of Nebraska, and the quality journalism that is done by Flatwater, I think, really helps tie the state together in an area where we no longer have the benefit of the Omaha World Herald and its statewide prominence. Things have really changed, and so appreciate the people here that have made this happen.
Thanks. Okay, let's jump in. Let's start with immigration, which I think is something that's really, really crucial in Nebraska and obviously nationally. Flatwater reporter Natalia Alamdari is doing a series on this right now, and it starts with a really shocking fact, at least shocking to me. 21 Nebraska counties outside of Omaha and Lincoln grew between the years 2010 and 2020, and almost all of that growth is tied to immigration. There's actually 16 of those counties, 100% of the growth is people of color. Most of those people are first or second generation immigrants. She talked to Chamber of Commerce types, and I'm sure you've talked to them too, and they make the business case for why this is really the way that Nebraska can grow, especially outside of Omaha and Lincoln. I'm interested in how you square that case for immigration with the rising anger around illegal immigration and also legal immigration, and I'm sure you've heard that argument from a lot of your constituents.
Right. So one of the issues we have in Nebraska is a workforce issue. If you type in number one issue in every single state, and you start with Alabama, Alaska, and you go all the way to Wyoming, and you say number one issue, workforce will pop up on the search engine. So I'm well aware of that. We have 1,200 open jobs in Columbus, Nebraska, which is in my district. And it's a combination of workforce, but it's also an issue with housing, which hopefully we'll get to talk about later. Here's the challenge in the United States Congress, and really, this is the challenge with the immigration system altogether. We can't have conversations about legal immigration until we deal with the border. I've been down there multiple times. This is not a red or blue issue. The reality is that the people that live in states like Texas and Arizona and California, where they border up against our southern border, they are finding dead bodies in their fields, on their ranch. They are, people are coming up, they're pounding on their door in the middle of the night because they need water. There are people that all of these folks are being trafficked by major drug cartel criminal organizations that not only take their money to the tune of $7,000, but then they impose sexual slavery or sex trafficking or human trafficking. And so it's a humanitarian crisis at the end of the day. And I will tell you, as a Nebraska congressman, I go to a lot of communities and they're asking me, how do you help us get workers? And I say, I go to the meetings with the rest of my colleagues in the majority, and I can't get folks to talk about it until we secure the border, because that is the enormity of the issue. And so that is a political reality. What I will tell you is I've been in a lot of communities. The contributions of the Latino community to rural Nebraska, these are people that are hardworking, definitely hardworking. They believe in large families and they're God-fearing folks. They are wonderful people. And as their kids grow up, we are going to have an influx of just people that know nothing more than hard work. And so I think I speak for every Nebraskan when I say we need to deal with legal immigration. We need to fix our visa system, and we need to fix it in a way that processes those applications in more of a timely manner. That's a very long answer to a very short question.
The question was pretty long too. I wanted to ask, let's talk about, switch gears kind of, and talk about polarization and partisanship, which ties to the answer I think you were giving. You were in the legislature, and it feels like you were in a much different Nebraska legislature to me when you were there. I was a young reporter covering it when you were a young state senator serving in it. And I was doing some research for this, and I was doing that annoying reporters thing where you go back and you look at old bills and old votes and that sort of stuff. And I happened across this story from 2012 that was around the idea of care for pregnant mothers who were undocumented. And I'm sure you remember this, right? And it was this, it's wild to look at it in 2024, at least it was for me. It was a coalition, a bipartisan coalition that overrode Governor Heinemann's veto and said that we should spend taxpayer money to care for mothers and babies who were undocumented. It involved the Nebraska Right to Life. It also involved Nebraska Appleseed. And you voted to override that veto. Do you think that that could happen now in the Nebraska legislature? And do you think it should happen?
Well, yes. I mean, I've always said that I'm pro-life, and that was an issue for me that was very clear. If you advocate that way, and you have a pregnant mother, regardless of her immigration status, you have a baby, and that baby is also going to be an American citizen upon birth under the Constitution. But regardless of that, I felt that that was the right decision. Now, there's a lot of folks that saw that the other way, obviously, and it was very contentious at the time. The real answer to your question is that can still happen in the Nebraska legislature. For as partisan as it has gotten, it is still a place where stuff like that happens. And you see coalitions form every single day around different issues. I will tell you, I served as speaker in what I thought was a wonderful time. I always think the Nebraska legislature works the best when it operates like a big city council, meaning you can go put your arm around somebody and you can say, hey, how about we try this? And they'll give you a shot at taking a policy chance. When I went back to the legislature in 2021, that part was gone. I think it will come back. We can't act like Washington. We're too small of a state to act like Washington. But what changed from when I left in 12 and came back in 21 is social media, and you have folks on both sides of the political spectrum that aren't there to get something done in the legislature. They're play acting to get something accomplished outside of that room. They're pandering to whatever base they have, and that's the real challenge, I think.
Another question about polarization. I'm so struck that your district, your congressional district, feels like two districts. And I'm sure some of the people in the room are constituents of Congressman Flood and know what I'm talking about, right? You look at, for example, the first time you were elected in the special election, wildly red outside of Lancaster County, won by giant margins in some places, including your home county. And then, but inside of Lincoln, we're talking about a pretty blue place that, voted for your opponent by a pretty wide margin in that election. How do you view this idea of, these wildly divergent political points of view inside your own district?
Well, first, my opponent was incredibly capable, and she was and has been, I'm talking about Patty Pansy Brooks, former state senator. She has done a lot of very good things for Lincoln. And so I think I don't want to take anything away from me. I want to recognize her contributions to this community and say that disparity had a lot to do with her and not me. Not to say they were that excited about me, but here's what I would say. I represented Norfolk in the legislature for 10 years, and every single day in the legislature when I was making decisions, I would call up the city mayor and I'd say, what are your priorities? I did the same thing in Lincoln. Mayor Larian, what are your priorities? She listed them out, and I made those my priorities to advocate on her behalf. She wanted downtown corridor beautification. She wanted Randolph Street done. At the end of the day, I got elected to a position, she got elected to a position. It only benefits the people of the state, the city of Lincoln and Lancaster County, if I work with the people that are in charge to accomplish the dreams and goals of the people that are working every day in the city hall to make it happen. So here's what I've done on this issue. So almost every bill I've introduced, I have a Democratic co-sponsor. Wiley Nickel from North Carolina, Brittany Pedersen from Colorado. I'm working on things like affordable housing. I've addressed the issue with loneliness, which is a huge issue in rural areas, and now I'm learning about how big it is with young men and online and everything. I work on issues that I think are the most important to the district, and to get the votes I need, I've got to work with both sides of the aisle. And so that story doesn't get told during election season, or really ever, because it doesn't sell on Fox News or MSNBC in prime time. And you'll note I'm not on there a lot. The people that are on there are in the professional business of being angry, because the angrier you are, the more viewers they get, and having a problem that never can be solved is perfect for ratings. I've had in my head down, I'm trying to do a good job in the United States Congress and deliver for the district. I am a conservative, but I am somebody that I'm holding town halls. I'm debating my opponent. I'm making sure that I'm interacting in every community, not just where I'm from.
I was going to ask what would be an accomplishment or some work that you could point out to people who, you know, didn't vote for you or tend to vote for Democrats. I mean, you kind of already done that. I mean, it's sort of the work that doesn't rise to the level of national politics in any way, shape, or form inside of Congress, things like beautification or...
Well, I love the University of Nebraska. I think that this institution, all 4 campuses in Wayne State, I like what education can do for Nebraskans, and something I work very hard on is getting ag research money to the university. I was in the legislature when we developed Innovation Campus. I helped move the state fair to Grand Island. The promise that the Innovation Campus holds for the entire state in Lincoln, I think, needs to be realized, and I see that as one of my it's my number 1 priority in terms of what I'm trying to advocate for. And so we have been able to appropriate, with the help of Senator Fisher, probably $60 million, and we've got another $60 million to go. But someday there are going to be 300 USDA researchers on Innovation Campus, and they're going to be helping us raise more corn with less water, use less nitrates on our crops. I mean, this is a win-win for producers. It's a win for people that care about the environment. It's a win for the city of Lincoln. It's a win for research. And I feel like I think our flagship university needs more attention. It needs more focus. It needs to be at the top of everyone's list. We have done a lot for Kearney. We've done a lot for UNO. We've done a lot for the medical center. The flagship needs grass watered, and that's something I really want to work on.
Let's talk briefly about housing. It was striking to me when we started doing listening tours around the state, when we started Flatwater, that it was almost the first thing that came up in any community meeting with community leaders. I mean, this is a problem that extends to Lincoln and Omaha, right? It's a different problem in some way, but I mean, lack of housing outside of Omaha and Lincoln is a gigantic issue, and it's a competitiveness issue. They can't get people to move into those towns, professional people sometimes, to move into those towns because there's not a house. Omaha and Lincoln, and you guys have experienced this, I'm sure, wildly rising home prices in a lot of cases. Mortgage rates, and in Nebraska we've been fighting about property taxes since they were founded. So a lot of problems there. Solutions?
Well, I totally agree with what you say about housing, and to be honest, Lincoln is ahead of the curve in the 1st District. They have a plan to build, I think, 5,000 units by 2030. They're on track to get there. They have wonderful leadership. The Hoppe family is the gold standard in developers. My focus has been on communities like Fremont, Columbus, Norfolk, and then the surrounding communities, Madison, Clarkson. The challenge is, since 2019, we've seen 20% inflation in the cost of building a home. On top of that, the zoning codes and the regulations, you can't get into a home in a rural community for less, a new stick-built home, for less than $350,000. That's not affordable if you and your spouse are both working at Cargill and Schuyler, busting your butt doing 60 hours a week and getting all the overtime you can get. By the time you get the mortgage payment, the principal and interest, the home insurance, which is now crazy because we've been classified as a coastal state, and the property tax, it's almost unattainable. And so I'm leading an effort. I'm taking a bunch of folks from Nebraska out to Hagerstown, Maryland. I'm working with Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae. We need to look at stick-built, pitched-roofed manufactured housing. I'm not talking about trailers. I'm talking about developments that you can own a home for $175,000 on ground that you own, with a sidewalk and a city park. And I introduced a bill, Yes in My Backyard. We cannot relegate these homes to the edge of town. They need to be in the core of our community so that they participate in the community, so that they go to the neighborhood school and they have the neighborhood park, and let them start out at $175,000. That's without a garage, $225,000 with a garage. and then they can graduate up the chain to others. So my focus is on manufactured housing. I'm actually on the housing committee of the Financial Services Committee. I'm trying to break the stigma about this. I'm also trying to make sure we aren't putting too many regulations on manufactured housing so that they remain affordable.
Okay. I wanted to turn, this wasn't on my original question list, but last weekend I was watching football and your campaign ad came on, one of your campaign ads, and it, if I remember right, it involves you with a Dirty Harry style weapon firing at what appears to be a Chinese spy balloon. Is that accurate?
It's not very, the spy balloon has the Chinese flag on it, so it's not very coy.
I just, yeah. And it was interesting because we've done a whole series at Flatwater related to who is buying and who owns Nebraska. Who owns Nebraska farmland, who owns Nebraska ranch land, et cetera. One of the interesting things out of that series was this perception, and quite frankly, often a misperception, that a country like China would be to directly own any sort of land in Nebraska. They can't. They've been barred. Now, there's indirect ways that they can control land or companies. Actually, the number one owner of Nebraska land outside of the United States is Canada. It's interesting that you weren't firing at the Canadian flag there. But what I thought was much more interesting about that series was not the foreign ownership or lack of ownership. It was the out-of-state ownership. And I'll read you a couple of, in the top 10, people, organizations, often hedge funds, often companies tied to land acquisition, top 10 buyers in the last 5 years. North Carolina, Philly, San Francisco, Wyoming, and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which is Utah-based. Should we be worried about that? I mean, it strikes me that it doesn't feel, it's certainly not to my experience of growing up in small town Nebraska, how we think about Nebraska and ownership of our land.
Well, two issues there. The first issue is the Chinese issue, and the second issue is the ownership of our land by folks that don't live in Nebraska. When I go to the VFW Club in Fremont, this matters. When I started in Congress, I learned about the Huawei equipment that sits on our cell towers all over the state, right next to our ICBM missile silos in western Nebraska. This resonates with Republicans and Democrats. It doesn't, party affiliation. Of all the things that we have division on in America, Americans are united against what we know China is waking up every day and trying to do, and that is dismantle our status as the world's sole superpower. And we do have situations in places like North Dakota where Chinese nationals have actively tried to buy ground around Minot Air Force Base. I'm on the Financial Services Committee. We have oversight of the U.S. Treasury. The U.S. Treasury runs CFIUS. CFIUS is a federal agency that says yes or no to any foreign entity that wants to buy foreign ground here or a business here. And I can't talk about it because these are classified briefings, but there are real issues with Chinese intervention, even in places like Nebraska. And if you talk to the FBI field office at Omaha, they'll tell you they have people working in areas like this. So I think it's a real issue. I mean, I always try to inject some humor in my spots because, in my commercials, because there's so many commercials out there. I want to be seen, and I also want to have some levity. But as to the issue of outside owners in Nebraska, I see this as an issue of preserving the family farm. That's why I support the step up in basis in our federal estate tax laws, where you don't have to pay the original basis on your ground. That's why I support larger exemptions on the federal estate tax. That's why I want entities like Farm Credit Services of America to fulfill its charter by helping use some of its capital to help beginning farmers get into this business. But what we see a lot of the times is family that moves out of the state, they sell off the ground, and then you have an institutional investor that comes in and buys it. And that those family farms underpin the very fabric of the rest of our state, and that's where we raise the gold. We raise these kids that come off farms that end up in our universities and end up running the world because they were taught the value of hard work. So I do think there's value talking about that, and I think there's things Congress needs to do to address it, and that is make it easier to pass on the family farm.
Yeah, and I mean, it strikes me, and I don't doubt that it resonates at the VFW. The question is it real? And
Well, I shouldn't just say the VFW. It doesn't matter if I'm in a town hall in Lincoln or if I'm at a business meeting talking to bank CEOs in the Nebraska Bankers Association. The China issue is real out there, and it does matter to people.
Okay. And I guess I want to return to this idea, though. On one hand, we've heard, including you, this idea like the hidden hand of China is, buying or owning Nebraska land. And in reality, it again is a Utah-based church, Bill Gates, everybody here knows Ted Turner. Right. I mean, it feels like that's a much more actually important issue tied to land prices, tied to how we're going to treat our water and our air moving forward, tied to just our identity.
But these are still Americans.
As Nebraskans.
These are still Americans. We want people to see.
Do you think if we go down to the VFW and tell them that Bill Gates owns a ton of land in Nebraska, they're going to be cool with that? I think people just don't know it.
Depends on the time of day and how long they've been drinking. I mean, I'm joking. Maybe not. No, I mean, at the end of the day, these are all important issues. I can tell you we are still very fortunate. I live in a rural area, and, when I have the good fortune to ride in a small aircraft and I'm heading in or out of Norfolk, I see all these family farms, and I know who's living in those houses down there. And I know they love the land that they're attached to. And they love going down to the river, and they love hunting on that ground. We have a lot to be thankful for. We have a way of life that's wonderful here. Foreign ownership of our land is a matter for Congress. Other states and other entities in the United States buying Nebraska farmland, that's part of what makes America America. That's why I can own a business in California and celebrate that if I want to. I want to be able to invest anywhere in the United States and not have to worry about, my ability to do so. So, I'm an American, and I feel like Nebraskans want to be part of the fabric of the whole country. So I don't see that issue as pressing as the other one.
Okay.
And what really got my attention is, I know how hard the FBI works here. I mean, the Chinese are trying to figure out how to build their own John Deere tractor. The Chinese are trying to figure out how our corn hybrids work. The Chinese, they are doing everything they can to undermine us.
All right, we are out of time, and I am out of questions. Thank you so much for, again, for sitting down like this. I think conversations like this are important to the future of Nebraska and the future of our country. So I thank you for that.
Well, thanks to you, thanks to Flatwater, and thanks to University of Nebraska for helping host this event. I think it's great. Have a good day.
And now, for a conversation on the big story, our dirty water, please welcome Yenshi Xu, senior reporter at the Flatwater Free Press, with Evan Smith, contributor at The Atlantic.
Yenshi, it's good to be with you. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for coming
Should be on. And thank you to everybody who's here today. Very important event. We're so happy to be in Nebraska talking about really important things before such a big audience. Yenshi, I want to talk about the series that Flatwater Free Press published. It was a series published in 8 parts over a period of 8 months from October of 2022 to May of 2023. You were the author or co-author of 5 of the 8 stories in the series, and it was called Our Dirty Water. This is how Flatwater Free Press characterizes the series on its website. Nebraska's nitrate level has doubled in the past 4 decades, going back to 1978. Despite this, state and local governments have taken little action to regulate the farming practices that lead to nitrate seeping into our drinking water. And then, of course, the consequences of that are what is the stuff of this story. down the middle public service journalism,
Thank you.
right? Don't you think? I mean, this is what we're in business to do.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do as a journalism student. I was very fortunate to be able to work on a story that impacts a lot of people's lives. And I mean, to me, I think that you're right. It's the type of public service that I had already, always hoped to do just growing up.
And of course, there's the impact of it, but before people understand the impact of it, they have to know that there's a problem to begin with. And that's really where, especially in a place where there are not an enormous number of news sources, this kind of reporting is essential. If you tell people, they may find out about it and get activated. If you don't tell them, they almost surely will not know about it. And so I want to ask you to begin. What was the origin of this story, Yang-Chi? Whose idea was this? Why did you decide to pursue this as opposed to anything else you could have done?
Yeah, thank you, Evan. So I remember this how the conversation went. So during my job interview, actually, when Flatwater, before I came to Nebraska, my boss Matt Wynn was on the phone with me, and he was telling me about things that he was excited about, and he brought this topic up, and he said nitrate. I was like, what's nitrate? And then at that time, so before that, I had no experience really covering the environment. And so he told me that so Matt and Matthew had already been, going to different communities, in and around the state, sort of trying to get people to talk about what's on top of their minds.
This was their listening tour, their famous listening tour that we've heard about elsewhere in the country.
Yeah, so I think it was a great idea. So even before I came here, I sort of knew that, people were coming to Flatwater for, like story ideas or like things that they were really concerned about, but didn't really have people to kind of amplify their voices in that way. And so I thought it was really, to me at that time, I didn't know anything about this. And then I started reading more about kind of the history of how nitrate can be a problem, and it's a public health issue mainly because if 85% of the state's population, we rely on groundwater, and you see this invisible kind of chemical seeping into our ground and down reaches the water table. It's a big problem. So that's how I sort of knew about the importance of it. At that time, I didn't know the magnitude of the problem, but then I knew that I had to do something to figure out how much worse it's gotten.
I love the idea that journalism is a byproduct of people in communities surfacing issues that then we in the business take and run with, right? It ought to be responsive to the community, and there's no more responsiveness than people in communities around a place like Nebraska telling the Mats, this is important, and we need to be paying attention to it. I went back and reread these stories, read them at the time, loved them, went back and reread them before this, and I was reminded of the magnitude of the problem. So if you go back, as you know, Yang-Chi, to 1992, the EPA instituted a rule about nitrate in drinking water, not just in Nebraska, but every place, said the limit should be 10 parts per million, 10 parts per million. Well, as we sit here today, nearly 1/5 of Nebraska has an estimated nitrate level above 5 parts per million. So 20% of the state, 20% of the people in this room, statistically, are living in a place where we're walking up to the edge of what the EPA says is an unacceptable limit.
Yeah, because, we requested data from the Nebraska Department of Environment and Energy. You can see public drinking water systems, municipal water systems that, if you're on municipal well and then, over 50 of them have received some sort of
And that's more than 10%. 59 out of 500 public water systems have violated the EPA standard at least once since 2010. That's kind of amazing.
I mean, probably, too bad for us, right? But I think, and then the other part of the issue is that we have a lot of rural families on family wells, or they're unregulated. There's no EPA requirement for them. There's no testing requirements. There's, just think about the families who live near these, kind of, I guess, like cornfields, and sometimes they're farm families themselves, and then when you have a lot going on with farming, it might not be their priority to test their water, at least on a pretty regular basis. And so we also wanted to show, some of those wells are tested, but we wanted to show like what we know about their situations and basically encourage people to get their water tested. And I think that by raising awareness about this issue, we've seen more people, test their water or, requesting test kits to figure this out for themselves.
Right. One of the byproducts of a story like this is hopefully it does inspire people to take action in their own self-interest, not in the interest of other people, but in their own self-interest.
Yeah, totally.
Right, as you say. So 10 parts per million is the EPA's limit going back again 38 years. We know that a significant portion of the state, we said, is north of 5 parts per million. But you quote a University of Nebraska Medical Center expert who actually says, if you want to really be sure that you're okay, it ought to be more like 3 parts per million.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So, and the backstory is the University of Nebraska Medical Center's researchers in the School of Public Health, they've done a lot of research. And so the reason why it prompted the research is that they saw that we as a state has the 7th highest pediatric cancer rate in the nation, and then we're the highest west of Pennsylvania. And then they realized, wait, so we rely on our groundwater much more than, probably any other state. And so they looked into watershed-based data to look at areas with elevated nitrate levels and found, this overlap between
this linkage between,
Right.
and there's something that's referred to as blue baby syndrome.
Yes.
So talk about that.
Yeah, so the EPA standard was set to protect people from this disease called blue baby syndrome. So pregnant people and babies and infants, that are not expected or they shouldn't drink water, above, with nitrate level above, 10 parts per million. But we don't really know what's appropriate for any other age groups or any other, maybe other conditions would require a lower kind of nitrate level for us to be healthy. Because the other thing we're not sure about is that we saw this correlation between high nitrate areas and areas with high pediatric cancer rates, but this could also mean that some others chemicals in the water could also have a role in this. Maybe it's the kind of compound sort of effect of ingesting nitrate and other chemicals, and so
Right.
so we wanted to be sure, and so she, the researcher told me that she would feel more safe if it
was down to
was
3
certain-
parts per million. I mean, this is really what the consequences are. I mean, I appreciate that you brought up 7th highest pediatric cancer rate according to the CDC in the United States. Nebraska has. Nebraska has the highest pediatric cancer rate of any state west of Pennsylvania. You are able to document that high nitrate rates in water closely are linked to colorectal cancer, to thyroid disease, to neural tube defects in kids. And as you point out, pregnant women are at risk in cases in which they ingest high nitrate levels too. So this is really all manner of consequences if we don't get out ahead of this problem.
Yeah, and so I think that the scientific community is really trying hard to see if we can draw some conclusions. So they're doing more clinical research to see if they could figure out the mechanism, because this is very unknown at this point. They just see this
Right.
high correlation, but we can say that this is pretty real, and actually researchers around the world have all seen a similar kind of correlation that I think that they're rightfully alarmed by this.
Right. So the problem, knowing that the problem exists is one thing, but having the ability or even the inclination to solve the problem is something else. This is an expensive problem to solve, is it not, Yanchi? The fact that we know that these high nitrate rates exist doesn't mean that communities have the resources or individual farmers or landowners have the resources to even address the problem.
Yeah, that's very true. So actually the first story that we had, we want to kind of set the stage and, give people an idea of what that could mean. I interviewed a farm family. They're outside of Hastings, and the kid had, this brain tumor, and then they had no idea that they were drinking, water that actually had high nitrate levels, because the local water utilities, tested their water, but they didn't actually know about it. And so, I mean, they eventually switched to, bottled water, but could it be related? We don't know, and so I think it just kind of strikes me that how many people could be like unknowingly drinking water high in nitrate but never had an idea. And I think it's really important for me to tell people, like, there are actually tools. If you're on a municipal well, for example, you can like look up your water test results, because they, under the EPA requirements,
Right, but of course it's the cities and the towns that are doing the testing. Individuals are benefiting from that work, but again, millions of dollars spent by these cities and towns to test the water, and it's often money that they don't have.
Right, yeah.
You cited the city of Hastings as an example, right? It's a city of 25,000. They concluded that they had a significant enough problem that they were looking at a citywide filtration system to try to get out ahead of it.
Right.
And the cost of putting in the citywide filtration system was $45 million.
Yes, yeah, and then, we kind of, we requested a list of municipalities or water systems, public water system, that had to install some sort of filtration, kind of mechanisms in place to purify water. The price tag is, almost, I think someone once told me that it takes generations to like pay it off, and for the price of what?
Right. These are not towns with an enormous amount of money just sitting around not going spent. And so obviously it's a huge problem to address, but it doesn't make it any easier to come up with the money. So what Hastings did, Yanchi, as you report, is they actually decided not to go with the citywide filtration system, but they basically patched the existing system that they had for a cost of a mere $15 million.
Yeah,
so instead of spending 45, they spent 15 million, but ultimately, what do we see is that the water today, after that patch was put in, is still hovering right near that EPA limit.
Yeah, that's very true. And, and it took them years to address this, and now they're getting by, and they're also like closely monitoring everything, because groundwater moves, right? And so you can have water you're drinking today that, shows the kind of impact from, I don't know, sometimes decades ago. And so the water manager actually told me that it's his job now to really closely monitor the nitrate levels, and and now they made it work because the EPA limit is 10 parts per million. But if the level got lowered, then it would just mean that
they'd be out of compliance. So you cited the 15 million that Hastings spent against 45 million that they were told they would need to spend. You did a calculation, the combined cost of water treatment facility overhauls to address this problem in McCook, Seward, Hastings, Pender, and Creighton was 34 million in total between those 5 communities. And there are 71 public water systems in Nebraska that have put these water filtration systems in, and in every one of those communities, they've had to come up with the money to do it. It's really a huge crisis.
Yeah, I really think that, this could be a really expensive problem to solve if we want to solve it. And we have funding for individual homes, RO systems, or, reverse osmosis is a filtration system. And, we can have the kind of, the cost to help them with the initial installation, but then you have to maintain those systems, and that costs like a lot of money too.
And as you point out, who is ultimately paying the price of these expensive systems? It's people in this room. It's the people who own land, people who live in Nebraska. That cost is being passed downstream to those folks.
Yeah, in some ways. And I mean, I think that the ag community, a lot of them now are pretty aware of this issue, and, they all say that we're in this together and we can try to solve this. But I guess I sort of see more movements kind of on the front end as well, try to regulate, the practices of, don't put fertilizer in the fall, for example, because you can't, like, your crop probably can use the fall fertilizer anyways, right? So there are like lots of ways to kind of mitigate this, but I think that sort of like the regulatory framework right now is still, like I would say it works for now, or or it's kind of a patchwork of a system that every watershed has their own rules.
So of course I wondered about federal money. We've passed a lot of legislation over the last 4 years that has brought money back to the states for infrastructure investment, and I wondered if there was federal money available, and you in fact say some federal money, but not really enough, came to Nebraska to address this problem.
Yeah, or we actually heard from some local water regulatory agencies that not enough people even wanted to register their wells sometimes, because and then they would be off the grid in a sense, and not everyone applied for that.
So say that again. So people with private wells did not want to register them for fear that was holding a door open to government intrusion or interference in their business, right?
It could be that, or it could be that they just don't want to do it. They've it kind of has worked like this for them, and so it's just an extra step to take,
Right.
And so we do know that there are a lot of private wells constructed, a long time ago, before there were regulations or this registry, and so
Right.
yeah, and then we don't necessarily know about those.
So let's talk a little bit more about what government can do and can't do, does do and does not do, should do and should not do, because there is this question of whether state and local governments have the ability to compel farmers, ag, to address this. But the reality is, as you report, there's very little that they can do to force people to deal with the leaching of nitrate into water.
Yeah, because I think that the main issue is that with point sources like feedlots and animal feeding operations, they're regulated under kind of a different framework, and groundwater is actually not protected, I believe, by the sort of your typical like Clean Water Act, and so that it just kind of creates this kind of twofold mechanism here in the state where point sources are regulated by this state environmental agency, whereas we have this unique system called NRDs, Natural Resource Districts,
right,
to protect water, quality. But sometimes I feel like they want to work together, but it's not always easy for local water authorities to say we don't want this feedlot here because we're concerned about water quality already in this region. And the other part is, also they don't have the staff to monitor everything that, a farmer does, right?
Right.
Or and then I think that within the ag community, people always point out that they think it's a legacy issue. Like with the groundwater quality we're seeing today is a reflection of farming practices decades ago. They think it's our parents' generation's problems that, but we shouldn't be held liable for.
Yeah, but the problem is that the problem still exists, and it's continuing to get worse. So you point out to this question of regulation that excluding public water systems, fewer than 4% of the 180,000 or so registered wells in Nebraska are tested each year. So right out of the gate, it's not even a question of compelling people to do things. Right. We only test about 4% of the wells to even know. And as you said earlier, the private wells in this state are not required to be tested at all, but there are estimates that about half of the private wells are above that recommended 3 parts per million standard. So we know the problem exists. We're not doing an adequate job of testing, but beyond that, there are places where we're not doing any testing at all. So how are we really going to get out ahead of this problem?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. That's something that keeps me up at night too. I think I think that understanding the magnitude of this was a good first step. And right now, UNL actually has a program to help high school students and concerned citizens to test their water. I think that making it more accessible for them and knowing that these test kits actually don't cost that much money. And then I also hear about this data collection problem from water regulatory agencies. They all agree that we just need more data points to be able to have a better understanding of how we're doing these days, how much things have gotten worse, if things have gotten worse. And some areas actually have better
Right.
nitrate readings these days, and so it's not certain. So we can't really say like what we know about the state's median nitrate levels, the reflection of the whole state. We don't really know that, but collecting more data would be the first step. And I think that right now there's also like a lot of kind of advanced technologies that we can tap into to help us understand the movement of groundwater. For example, they do this thing called Vado Zone study where they drill like a core of just soil, and they can trace where the nitrate is
Right.
coming from.
Right. I mean, look, I appreciate that, and I'm glad to know that there are new technologies coming online to solve this problem, but I come back to this question of whether the problem here is a failure of will or not. You cite in your story the Upper Bend NRD, Natural Resource District, which in 2019 recognized that this problem was of a pretty significant magnitude, and they proposed changes that were related to the use of anhydrous ammonia.
Right.
One of the real bad actors in this whole conversation about nitrate in water. So they proposed these changes recognizing that the problem exists, but the board ultimately scraps the changes. So even though they know there's a problem, they propose the changes, the board scraps the changes. Well, what's the result of that? 8 of 11 of the areas measured in that NRD are since 2019 up in their level of nitrate in water, and 3 of them are above the 10 parts per million limit.
Yeah.
So they recognized the problem existed, they cited changes that could be made, they scrapped those changes, and here we are.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. And that's what, we as a newsroom decided to show this kind of accountability on their part, because the board is often made up of ag producers, and they're elected, and so I think that the lack of will sometimes is pretty evident if you actually watch their meetings, or and then maybe there'll be like a few board members that really want to change this, but sometimes we see those board members lose their seats,
Right, politics. Everything is political, right?
Yeah, in a way, yes. And and also I think that in smaller communities, they kind of tailor their solutions to fit their communities, but they these board members also probably face a lot of pressure from their neighbors who
Right.
Don't necessarily want the change.
So we have just about a minute and a little bit more left, Yangshi. So the last of these stories was published in May of 2023. So we're about a year and a half since the last story. What has happened? What has been the byproduct of this series of stories since then?
I think that people are more aware of it, and I consider that to be the biggest win, honestly. I think that our whole purpose was to kind of inform regular Nebraskans, essentially, and I think a lot of them have, come to their legislators and state senators or just local water authority, regulators, and so they're kind of, some of them are urging the state to do something about it, and I think that there's some bills that were proposed, and I think that we're going to see probably more bills about this,
Right.
in this new session. So. I'm pretty hopeful, but I think that education is the first piece, and then there's only so much we could do as a newsroom about this, but, engaging with the citizens and residents of the state is, probably, our biggest contribution in this way.
Well, ultimately, accountability comes through the journalism that you produce, places like Flatwater Free Press, but it sits in the hands of average people, right? Average people have to be aware and then activated to make change. So I was walking around last night around the Capitol building, and I looked up on the Capitol building, and what does it say on the Capitol building? It says the salvation of the state is watchfulness in the citizen. Yanchi, you are the mechanism through a story like this for that watchfulness. You make it possible through your work for everybody in this audience and elsewhere.
Thank you.
To take responsibility. So thank you very much. Thank you all for listening.
Thanks.
And now for a conversation on Native American capitalism, lifting a community, please welcome Lance Morgan, CEO of Ho-Chunk Inc., with Matt Wynn, Executive Director of the Nebraska Journalism Trust.
Good morning. All right, Ho-Chunk Inc. started in 1994, a project of the Winnebago tribe to help its people by creating jobs and diversifying the tribe's economy. The timing wasn't an accident. That was around the time that the tribe's lone casino faced competition in Council Bluffs, legalized gambling there. 30 years later, Ho-Chunk Inc. employs over 2,000 people. It cleared $425 million in revenue last year alone. It is one of the largest employers in Northeast Nebraska and the single largest minority-owned business in the state. The company works in diverse industries, federal contracting, real estate construction, and, as we'll talk about later, gaming. In part because of their work, the Winnebago community has transformed. The company's award-winning approach has been recognized by the Harvard Kennedy School and modeled by, we were just talking about this, modeled by numerous other tribes on their path to economic self-sufficiency and social advancement. We are joined today by the company's president and CEO, Lance Morgan. Thanks for being here,
Very glad
Lance.
to be here.
So the first thing that I want to get out of the way is we call this talk Native American Capitalism. I know what both of those words are. I do not know what that means.
Well, I don't necessarily either. There's no definition for it. When we started the company, you know, we have this fight internally. We used to about tradition and being part of the broader culture, and we used to really worry about what we were becoming or what we were going to do. We don't, and because we have our own value system that doesn't necessarily tie into capitalism very well, and we decided after a couple years to quit worrying about it. You know, we're owned by the tribe. Our board of directors are all tribal members. Our executive team is tribal. We decided to quit worrying about it and self-validate because we wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't appropriate because everybody shared the same value systems. And I translate that now 30 years later, probably 28 years later. I was in a room in this school, at the business school, and I had some alumni event, and I got to talk to like 300 students, and I said, we don't want to be like everybody else. We want to be the best company we can be. When I went to law school, it's coming out of they were tearing up the conglomerates, and you had to have this, you had to be really as profit-oriented as possible, or you got sued. And that's not who we want to be. We don't want the last nickel. You know, we want to share, we want to build a community, we want to create jobs that people can live on. And I think that companies nowadays are doing that. They have to, but the reason they announce it is so they don't get in trouble. Because the legal system requires that you screw everybody else over for your shareholders in American capitalism. And I said a little bit of socialism goes a long way to this class, and it occurred to me that, you know, that's kind of a negative in people's minds. And I said, raise your hand if that bothers you. And about half the students said that statement bothers them. And I said, who's got grandparents on Social Security? And they raised their hand. I said, what do you think the social stands for? I mean, like it's in the name, right? I said, so a little bit goes a long way. And I think in America, we realized that we probably made a mistake. And we're trying to figure out ways to strike a balance between being sustainable and also being successful.
You said there were some parts of capitalism that don't necessarily jive with some ideas. Is that it? Sustainability versus just growth?
Well, I think that, you know, there's power to being having money in a place with, there's power to it. And it gives you sort of a magic wand in our community. I actually have a little pink magic wand with a star on it. And when someone has a problem, I give it to them. I said, you know, this is our world. No one's coming to save us. So what are we going to do? But the power that comes from the magic wands comes from having the capital to do stuff. And so to me, what we do is not that interesting as much as it is what we do with it. You know, we have all these different businesses, and we're doing the Warhorse Casino now, which has put us on the map a little bit more. But
and we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, it's just money.
By the way, we are going to have time for questions at the end of this, so be thinking about those. We'll save a couple minutes at the end. One point when I think about the story of Ho-Chunk Inc., the change in the community there has been such a change in the community, and I don't know that the company takes all the credit for that, but just tell that story to us. What was Winnebago like in 1994, and where are we at today?
Well, it was, I grew up in a Winnebago that was a pretty stark place, and somebody told me that you had to be out of gas to stop there, to get gas. It was scary. So I immediately put up a scary sign that said, welcome to the Native America. Now it's a friendly, kitschy sign, looks like a wall drug sign, and people take selfies in front of it. But we had 9 bachelor's degrees when we started. That's tough to run an international company on that. We had 50% unemployment. We had generations of poverty. And so, if you were betting, you would not bet on us. We had a terrible legal system, political system was exploitative of us. Everything was bad that you could do. It was the worst possible system. And the only entity with any money was the tribe itself. So we had to do a form of I took a class at the University of Nebraska called Centrally Planned Economies. I was a senior, and it was at 11, not 8. And I thought, well, who cares about this? This is going out of business, And I didn't realize it was going to be super, super helpful to my future career. So we're Karl Marx's last hope, I thought sometimes, because tribes it was the only entity with any capital. And so we had the weirdest possible environment, and we had a low education. We had no experience. We had everything was difficult. Housing was bad. Education was bad. It was the worst possible environment, and we've changed that environment. It's remarkable, and we didn't do it alone. The tribe is a history of innovation, and we did an economic study, and the median family income 20 years ago was $26,000. Now it's 57,000. And the number of families below the median income have dropped by 6, but the number of families above the median income have gone up by 186. And this is a town of 2,000 people. We created a middle class from scratch ourselves. And our phrase is, in order to do one thing, you have to do everything. Because I grew up in the 80s, and I took an economics degree here, and it was kind of trickle-down economics. That doesn't work. You've got to really build up your community by dealing with every aspect of it. Education, health, housing, opportunity. And that's what we're going for.
We were talking earlier, when I first went to Winnebago, I was struck by some of the housing that I saw. How nice, how shiny it was, how cool it was. You were talking a little bit about how the strategy that goes into shaping what the town looks like these days. Can you tell us a little bit about that idea?
Well, what was weird, all the housing was low income. We were sort of a rural ghetto, and we still have poverty, right? A lot of it, and a lot of our 300 some housing units are tied to low income. And what was strange is, if you got a job, you had to leave the community if you had a high-paying job. And so our best and our brightest were actually being forced to relocate in cities nearby, our communities nearby. And in order to vote, you have to actually live on the reservation. And those are the people most likely to embrace my version of the future, And so so we had to build housing, and we didn't really have any experience with it. And what we did was, if you ever see the movie Truman Show, where there's this town where they live in this little town, the guy who designed that town, Seaside, Florida, was Andres Duany. And the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, I was on a board of theirs, gave us the money to design a town like that. And so we have a new urbanism town where it's healthy and walkable, because diabetes is a big issue. So we built sidewalks, we narrowed the streets, and the houses were close enough together, but they were still an attractive environment. So if you ever go through Winnebago, it's weird to people. It's weird for any small town because it's so nice, this area of it. But by reservation standards, it's Disneyland. Because you can have a main street, and there's businesses on the first floor and apartments on the second floor, and there's cultural areas, there's parks, there's walking areas. I mean, it really is remarkable. And why not, right? Why not? Why shouldn't we have a town? Because what we had before was the government would decide, all right, you guys need this is the one style of house, and we're going to build 20 of them on this road that doesn't connect to anywhere with no sidewalk. And so we decided to just take control of our destiny and built our own community. Yeah. But by the way, that's not my job. My job is to make money. But I mean, I couldn't make money if people didn't have a house, if they didn't have a place to sleep, they had overcrowding, they didn't have education. So we really have to do everything.
So how? I mean, talk about that balance. You're paid to make money, and you're good at that, as we said, $425 million. But how do you strike that balance between making money and also doing what you can to lift up. It just seems like a totally different approach.
Well, we didn't have enough money to do both. And we started a nonprofit. And their job is to help us raise the money for the social-oriented community capitalism. But most nonprofits struggle with getting their capital to stay afloat. So we give them that capital. We write them a check every year, and we give them the technical know-how, and then they go and raise the social-based capital. And then if they don't quite get the money, then the corporation steps in. And so we have this symbiotic relationship between using the government status, the corporate, and the nonprofit grant sort of tax credit system to sort of maximize the community sort of development side. And most companies don't do that. They write a little check and sort of forget about it, right? But we write the check and help do it because our people, they don't give a damn if we're an international company with millions of whatever. Right? They care, is my life better? Do I have a home? Does my child have a future? Is there a job? And so our value equation is based on what we can do for everybody. And not everybody participates equally in it, and that creates its own problems. But we're not trying to make the most dollar. We're trying not to get credit, for a charitable thing. We're just trying to figure out systems and institutions in our community that drive this growth.
I have a question. I don't have a question. I have a statement, and I'm going to back it into a question. My son is a North High Viking. You are a North High Viking. That's my statement that I have to do, obviously. And the question, I guess, is...
I hear the respect.
Draw the line from North High School to, Harvard Law School and how you got where you are today.
I grew up sort of... in the hood, I guess. I told one of our political people, I went to Wakanda Elementary, which is, the most, well, it's not even diverse. It's mostly African-American kids, I think, now. And then I think it was more diverse than at the time. And then I went to Omaha North High. And people are surprised by that. And then I went to university. I joined the Army and went to University of Nebraska. And then Harvard later. Someone said, why Harvard? I asked my mom what's the best school in the world when I was junior high. And she said, Harvard. And I said, well, I need to go there. And when you don't know anybody, my dad was a roofer, my mom didn't work much. And you need a label. You need that. And that served me quite well. Nebraska, now, strangely, being a Nebraska graduate serves me better nowadays. But for a while, going to Harvard was sort of my middle name because it gave me credibility because I was going around doing things that nobody had done, saying things that nobody would say. And people said, well, maybe he knows something I don't. And I didn't, but that helps you in that way. But it's been a crazy journey. And what's really strange, we talked about this earlier, is to go from the reservation and the ghetto to Harvard, you're a one-man show. You get help along the way, but you're a driven person. And then to run a company with thousands of people, and we didn't start with that, I had to change who I was and really take the tribal element to heart and quit being so sort of purposeful and individualistic and that sort of goal-oriented and turn it into like community-based. And I realize now that the job that I have, it's a cool job, I love it, but mostly it's an honor bestowed on me by the Winnebago people. And if you've got 5,500 people who are depending on you to do the right thing, you take it serious. And at the moment, I'm that guy. And so that's what's exciting for me. It's a real honor.
It is. I also, you managed to stop by and see an award that you got here at the Union, right outside the...
Yeah, I've never seen it before. If you come up the stairs, there's the Builder Award there, and I'm on there. And I was, I don't know why I'm so proud. I knew about it. It was 10 years ago, but I've never actually seen it. And I got an award from North High. It's called Vikings of Distinction, and they started this award when I was there. And I said, if they ever have a Vikings of Indistinction, I'm a shoo-in. And so some of my buddies from high school, they had to come. They said, we're coming to this, because you wouldn't have predicted it at the time. And then to get one from Nebraska is pretty cool too.
It is.
Yeah.
I definitely want to talk about gaming. This feels like just kind of a beautiful arc to this story, right? It sounds like the Ho-Chunk Inc. was born of a time when gaming was in flux. And now we've just crossed this Rubicon. We had a story in the last month or so about campaign finance, which we'll talk about later today. But in there, we actually had a line saying that the largest organizational donor in Nebraska history is Ho-Chunk Inc. which spent money for the Keep the Money in Nebraska PAC. As a result, voters approved expanded gaming.
I didn't know that.
Well, I thought that might be a surprise.
They're going to be a little surprised.
But look, I mean, after I think it was 25 years. It was from the mid-90s through 2020 is when this was passed. Nebraskans fought tooth and nail against expanded gaming, and now we have this. Talk to us about the future for Warhorse, for gaming. What are we going to see over the next few years?
Well, let me just touch on the past. So, Ho-Chunk was formed in desperation. The casinos were authorized in Council Bluffs, and the tribe had made quite a bit of money. And the minute those casinos opened, we laid off 300 people, and 80% of our profits were gone. Wow. And Iowa came and talked to us, and they said, hey, we want $1 million a year. Other Indians give their states money. I said, well, they have monopolies, right? And we just laid off 300 people. And they said, well, you guys are good dealers. Indians are good dealers, and we need employees down in Council Bluffs, and we always need porters, that's the people picking up your trash. And I basically said it, I'm not going to say it, but I said, you got to be out of your mind. Picking up your trash and dealing your cards is not the future of the Winnebago tribe. And they have, every time they expand, they take something from the tribe. They built a bigger boat, they put it on land in Sioux City, and when they do their studies, they make sure nobody else gets hurt, but we're not part of that study. They want to hurt us. They want to exploit the states around them. And so we were born out of that desperation, and we got big enough that we came full circle. And the Iowa governor said to me, we're going to take $100 million in tax revenue they projected. I said, from Iowa? And I said, are you trying to make my day? Because, and so I'm not really even a gaming person. And we started to diversify the tribe away from gaming, but we were big enough and strong enough to come back, and we took our shot. And Ho-Chunk never has bet the farm before, and we did that. We put everything on the line, and we got gaming approved. We had to fight a lawsuit. We tried getting 700 signatures in COVID, and we had to fight the governor. He put money in against us, and but 69% of the people voted for it, so I think that changed the dynamic. And I think we open in Lincoln here in a few weeks, another expanded, and Omaha's open, and it's doing well. And I think the big debate internally is, what do we do with it? The Winnebago tribe has always taken its money and they invest in the future, and we've never had this kind of fund before, and so we're trying to figure out how to keep that going. This sort of the sort of model that we have is about building a community, building our homeland, building up our people. And this kind of capital could cause some problems. And it's caused problems in poorer communities before. And so we're trying to figure out how to strike that balance.
And I do have a question about that in a second here. But before then, 25 years of pushback from Nebraska. Before you said 6-7%, I don't know that number, what the approval was. But gambling, of course, has all sorts of, there's been any number of papers written about the societal ills, about increases in poverty, about bankruptcies going up. I even saw one that tied it to an increase in crime around casinos. How do you are a thoughtful, you think about societal issues, you think at a high level. How do you square some of those things with the push for gaming?
Well, at some level we're motivated by self-interest, like everybody is, and gaming is already here. You can just cross the river. It's not a difficult thing. So I think in some ways, some people said to me that, if there are issues, they're here. At least the money is going into Nebraska. And I'm not a big gambler myself, and if you're not, don't go, right? But I was on this tour with Congressman Flood. He gives a tour of the Capitol, and we go to the Capitol, and there's Standing Bear. That's the Ponca tribe. I'm with the Winnebago tribe, and he goes, Lance, do you want to say anything? I was like, sure. I was the Indian. I'm half white, half Indian, but I'm 100% Indian that day. And so I said, sure. I said, we're opening the Warhorse Casino soon. If you have any white guilt, we're giving dispensation 1 quarter at a time. And so it's, in some ways it's the ultimate revenge, And I think people are against gaming, but people are somehow okay with Indians doing a little bit sometimes because, all right, you guys, everybody know we got screwed. You just know it, right? But you don't know is that it's still happening, right? We still function in that political, legal, economic system that's a disaster for us. And that's why we have 7-8 generations of absolute poverty. And nobody comes to our rescue. And what we need, we don't have tax revenue, we don't have all these rights. And so this gives us capital to craft our own destiny. And I think that the fact that we're getting gaming 30 years into our economic story means that we're going to use the money wiser.
So, and I want to give that a little bit of time too. I ran through at the top here some of the other industries you guys are in, but gaming, again, feels like...
To answer your question, if gaming is going to happen, I'd rather it be us than anybody else.
Fair enough. Gaming was both the beginning of Ho-Chunk Inc., and now that's where we are again. But in the meantime, talk to us about the growth of the company from those mid-90s. What was the first industry that you got into, and how did you kind of choose where to go next?
Oh, we were going to do sort of franchises. We did some hotels and some other things, but we thought we'd get money from the casino. The tribe gave us 20% of the casino profits for 5 years. Well, that lasted about 18 months, because as soon as the casino's opening, council blessed, the numbers dropped. And so we had to change our strategy. But our revenues started off, the first year were $400,000. And I know this, the next year it was 1.5, 3.9, 7.9, 15. And next year it'll be about 650, 700 million. And so we've done this, but we've changed things along the way. We do all kinds of different things. Primarily government contracting now is a big thing. Gaming's a big thing. Construction, housing development, community development, real estate development. We own stuff that you probably wouldn't know about, and we ain't saying. Like, we have our own sovereign wealth fund that's doing real well, and I told they're not allowed to say we're doing better than 26% annually, because anytime we've had something, somebody's tried to take it. We're worried about the casinos. That's why we donate so much money politically, because we have to protect our interests. For some reason, our stuff's on the table all the time, historically. We're not part of the system. Even though we're now one of the biggest taxpayers in the state, we still get reminders that we're outsiders and that people think of us. We can't get incentives to do some things. We fight over small amounts of tax revenue. On a reservation, we have to make racial determinations at the cash register so the state's happy, or to keep tobacco companies happy. It's just strange stuff. The state will give away money to a company from China, but they'll fight us over pennies on our reservation. And it's our land. We're from here, and we have to fight for the smallest of rights still. And I can assure you, we fight.
We're going to take questions after this, but one last question for you is, and if you've alluded to this already, in a few
Get
years,
mad.
there is going to be a lot of cash flowing back to the company and to the tribe. I'm a big fan of the philosopher Notorious B.I.G., who said, "Mo money, mo problems." How is this generation, how is the next generation? This is a opportunity, but as you said, this hasn't always gone right. How are they going to deal with that?
We're a community that's 50-50 right now. We still have lots of historical trauma and poverty and those kind of things, and we have lots of low-income housing, and we have people who went to school or get the jobs, are consistent, and are very successful. So it's a very strange place, and what we're dragging one family, one person at a time on. But if you pour money into that, into our social safety net, it might lose incentives, and so we're concerned about how to be. And what we're going to do. So we're having thoughtful conversations about what we're going to do, because a lot of tribes, they got money without any experience with capitalism before, and they've gone into sort of social tailspins with these per capita payments, and the government's been doing to us for hundreds of years.
What do you mean social tailspin? Describe
so
that.
What happens is, if you take a poor person and give them a little extra money every month, what do they do with it? They're not putting in their 401k, they don't have a job, they spend it. And so capital it's power when it's in a pile. And we use the pile to do big things, but if you break it up into small pieces, it's hard to do. And back in the day, when the tribes got money from the government 150 years ago, there was always somebody there with their hand out, some trader or something who was there to take the money or sell you something. So we've been viewed as consumers for a very long time in this area. And what we need to be is investors, and not just money, but in people and community. And so we're all about building up the home base in our territory.
I think we can go to questions if there are any, if some mics will circulate here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming too. Winnebago actually sits in the middle of the Omaha reservation. It's your land, but it's in the middle of the Omaha reservation. And so nearby are Macy and Bald Hill and so many places in these other tribes that are exactly as you talk about, in poor conditions, poor living conditions, and they don't seem to have the incentives maybe to rise above that. Is it because your cultures are so different that the Winnebago tribe is unable to, or is not received to help these other reservations, the Pawnee, as you mentioned, or the Ponca, or you know, to create better living conditions for them?
Well, the Omaha tribe is, you know, when people visit us, sometimes we take them to visit the neighboring tribe, and it's a tragic situation. But I think if I had to guess what the difference is, in Winnebago, our elected leaders, 3 of the 9 are up every year. So we have these little changes, but we strike a balance. At the time, they had all or nothing elections, and they were sort of, when you have an all or nothing election in a poor community, it's really hostile. And so they were perpetually starting over. Ho-Chunk's 30 years in, and we're just starting to get in our groove, right? I would have been fired there like every election, probably, with the way I approach things. And in Winnebago, sometimes popularity goes up and down a little bit, but we have enough stability built into our system that we can gradually get smarter, we can gradually accumulate capital and get better. The Omaha people are just as smart and motivated by success as the Winnebago people. It's just that we structurally were a little bit different, and that allowed us to make some longer term decisions. And if you ever get a chance, the contrast between the two is stark, and they're 6 to 10 miles apart, depending on the communities.
I think we're actually at time. I should have managed that better. Lance, thanks so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
You guys, thank you.
Here to discuss the battle for Nebraska's 2nd District, the future of Nebraska's split electoral vote, please welcome Nebraska State Senator Danielle Conrad, Nebraska State Senator Julie Slama, Charlene Behrens, Professor Emeritus at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln College of Journalism and Mass Communications, with Sarah Gensler, reporter at the Flatwater Free Press.
Hello, I am Sarah Gensler, State Government Accountability Reporter at the Flatwater Free Press. We are here to talk about the unusual way that Nebraska awards its electoral college votes in the presidential election. We are one of 2 states that do this. We have 2 votes that go toward the winner of the election statewide, and then we have 3 votes that go to the winner of each congressional district. This, in the past, has allowed Barack Obama and Joe Biden to get a single electoral vote from Nebraska. And now that there's a possibility that a Democrat would get 1 vote this year, there's been renewed calls to change Nebraska back to a winner-take-all system like 48 other states use. That is not looking likely to change. Our system is not looking likely to change before the election. But no matter what, this is going to be a conversation that continues, and we have 3 very knowledgeable panelists here who I think will illuminate that conversation. We're going to start with a brief history lesson from Charlene. If you could just tell us a little bit about how we got here, or how Nebraska got this system.
Okay, well, as you all know, I'm sure, it's possible for someone who wins the popular vote for president to lose the election, thanks to the Electoral College. It's happened 5 times in our history. 3 times in the 1800s, and then again in 2000 and 2016. So how does a democracy dedicated to honoring the will of the people find itself in this position? Well, the men who developed the U.S. Constitution and system of government in 1787 argued about a lot of things. And one big argument was about how much power the populous states should have versus the small states. The result of that negotiation was that every state gets 2 senators, no matter its size, and then the House of Representatives is based on population. Another big argument came from worrying about how much the common people, all men, of course, who were going to vote, could be trusted to make informed voting decisions, because after all, most of them probably were not very educated, and none of them had access to rapid transportation or communications. So the result of that negotiation was that the senators were elected by their state legislatures until 1913. But the convention also argued a lot about how to elect the executive officer. Some liked the idea of direct election of the president, and the small states, though, thought that that meant that the big, more populous states would just be able to automatically put their favorite sons into power. And some of the framers were worried that most voters would have no idea who those leading men in the other states even were or what they stood for, because there were no national newspapers, of course, or TV networks, or email, and certainly not social media. Well, after arguments back and forth, the framers decided that the president should be elected by a group of men who were well known in their states but not currently holding office. Those electors would be, quote, wise and learned men appointed by the state legislatures, and they would disband as soon as the election was over. Their only purpose would be to elect the president. Each state would have a number of electors equal to the senators and representatives allocated to that state. If no candidate earned a majority, the House would choose the president. And if it came to that point, each state would cast one vote. But the Constitution did not say how each state should allot its electoral votes. Now, in the first two elections, it didn't even come up because everybody voted for George Washington. But in 1796, John Adams beat Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson's home state of Virginia had divided its electoral college votes according to district. And Jefferson thought about that and realized that if they had given him all their votes, he would have been the president. So he wrote to James Monroe, the governor of Virginia and his neighbor down the road, urging him to back a winner-take-all system. Now, Jefferson admitted that dividing electoral votes by district would better represent the voters' wishes, but he was willing to overlook that. And so Virginia made the switch. Massachusetts, Adams' home state, was not to be left behind. So they decided to do the same thing to be sure Adams got all their votes in the next election. And by 1836, every state except South Carolina had switched to the winner-take-all system. Well, James Madison, whom we remember as the father of the Constitution, was horrified. He said, no, the framers' intent had been that the electors would vote by district, not give all their votes to the candidate who won the statewide majority of the popular vote. And he thought the Constitution should be amended to outlaw winner-take-all. Well, for a number of reasons, it never happened. For one thing, the Constitution counted slaves as 3/5 of a person for purposes of representation. Direct election of the president would have erased the advantage that the slave states had in the Electoral College, especially as the population in the North was growing rapidly. So when the 13th Amendment ended slavery and then all the men in the South were counted equally, that gave the Southern states even more power in the Electoral College. Something they were not likely to want to give up. As the nation grew and became more urban, with the majority of cities growing up in the northern states, the population differential among the states grew too. In 1929, the House capped its total number of members at 435 to be reapportioned after each census. That skewed the Electoral College in favor of rural America. Now remember, each state has 2 senators, giving the low population states an advantage over the larger states in the Electoral College. The Constitution doesn't designate how a state should organize its elections or how it should count its Electoral College votes. Maine decided in 1969 to split its 2 congressional district votes based on the popular vote. It first happened in 2016, where they gave 1 vote to Trump and 1 to Clinton. Nebraska changed the split vote in 1992, passing a bill sponsored by Senator Diana Shimmick of Lincoln. She said she introduced it because she believed it would be more representative and more fair. And she thought it might prevent someone from winning the popular vote but losing the Electoral College. But the most important reason, she said, was that it would encourage grassroots activity, encourage more people to vote, and assure voters that their vote does count. Now, there have been attempts almost every year since to repeal the bill and return to the winner-take-all model that 48 states continue to practice. Some who want to go back say, you know, it's just the Nebraska Democrats who want to keep things this way, and if the party dominance were reversed, the Democrats would prefer to take all the Electoral College votes, which is actually the situation in Maine, which is a traditionally blue state, and where the GOP is the party that benefits from that split vote. But if we could set partisanship and political maneuvering aside, we can probably all agree that awarding Electoral College votes according to the will of the majority in a district certainly sounds like a more representative democracy. I think that is what James Madison had in mind. Thanks for listening to the history lesson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I didn't know a lot of that, and I appreciate knowing it now. Now we have two senators here who fall on either side of this issue when it comes up in the unicameral. We have Senator Danielle Conrad from Lincoln, who often advocates for keeping the current system, and Senator Julie Slama of Dunbar, who advocates for going to winner take all. I would like to give each of them like a 2-minute opportunity to just make your strongest case for why you feel the way you do. I would like to start with you, Senator Conrad.
Great. Thank you so much, Sarah, and thanks to the organizers for the generous invitation to join you all here today. It's a real honor to share space with people like Dr. Behrens and Senator Slama. People might not know this, but Senator Slama and I have a variety of sharp policy disagreements between us, but we actually like each other a great deal and find a lot to work together on, which is exactly how it's supposed to work everywhere, but particularly in Nebraska. So this will be really fun to spar with a talented, brilliant colleague. But I think Charlene did a great job of laying out some of the historical pieces here, which actually show that this component of our Constitution was actually one of the most controversial and contested from inception forward. And there have been a host of opportunities and efforts to either abolish or reform the Electoral College since it was first adopted. And so the fact that Nebraska and Maine, as the great laboratories of democracy that our states are and have the ability to regulate and to initiate according to their plenary power granted by the U.S. Constitution, said, hey, we're going to do things a little bit differently. We're going to hearken back to that kind of district approach that actually was envisioned and part of the dialogue at the period of our founding, and that was in place for many years thereafter. And this makes sense for a lot of different reasons from my perspective. Number one, I think that the calls to abolish the Electoral College or shift to a national popular vote are really challenging. There's a very, very high bar, as there should be, to amend the U.S. Constitution. And I think it's probably unlikely that we'll be able to rise to that level to effectuate that policy goal. When you look at some of the other alternatives, like the National Popular Vote Compact that's out there, and I think about 17, maybe 18 states at this point in time have entered into, it's very interesting, but it also raises a host of legal, practical, and policy issues that the split electoral vote component that Maine and Nebraska utilizes does not. I think that this method is well grounded in our Constitution, in our historical and political practice, and it fits very closely with how all states are seeking to elevate their position in the presidential elections. So whether that's securing a spot as the first in the nation primary or the first caucus, or using a more novel or perhaps historical throwback approach to how do we divide our electoral votes, that's part and parcel with our democracy, where people want to encourage voter engagement. They want to encourage investment. They want to bring presidential candidates to their state to compete for their votes and not just be written off as a red state or a blue state. So I actually think that other states should move to the Nebraska-Maine method rather than Nebraska going backwards. But look no further back in our history than 1968, Nebraska was an early adopter of presidential primary that really was a leverage point in that presidential election. Look at how Nebraska Democrats utilized a caucus in 2008, which was really a leverage point in that presidential election. And then see the excitement and the investment generated by having the split electoral vote over the past successive elections in Nebraska, and the voracious voice that Nebraskans spoke out with when attempts to change it came to fruition very recently. I heard from, I'm gonna wrap it up. I know, I'm a seasoned filibuster.
I know I want to
get it.
give Senator
You gotta
Slama a
get
chance.
wrapped up, but I heard from Nebraskans across the state and every political party that they were deeply concerned about changing the rules at the last minute in the middle of the election this year. And it just really, I think, violated Nebraskans' sense of fairness.
Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry to go on.
Senator
Yes,
Slama, you'll
right.
get a little extra time. Go for it.
Oh, no,
You get
that's
lots
fine.
of time.
That's great. I'll take it. I don't need it, but I'll take it. So I'm approaching this kind of from a different view. I do agree with Senator Conrad on a decent amount of what she's saying, honestly. I don't think we're too terribly far apart from this issue. It's when you get into the middle, you get into the gray area, that you run into conflict. I'm so grateful Dr. Behrens is here. I'm so grateful she brought up the James Madison take on splitting the vote, winner take all, because later on he came out and said, you know, it would be folly for Virginia to be the only state to split our electoral college votes. So being that one lone man out who's splitting the electoral college votes, he described that as being folly. And that's where I'm coming from in my position on how we're counting our electoral college votes in the state of Nebraska. I think that Nebraska and Maine have a good system in place, but it's at our peril in that we're kneecapping ourselves in terms of numbers in the electoral college to have a system that if the same people who are ardently in favor of splitting Nebraska's electoral college votes are, they have blue dot signs in their yards, if you put them in California, odds are they're not going to say, you know, California should do this too and we should split our electoral college votes. My position is if every other state besides Maine is going to do winner take all, it behooves Nebraska to follow suit just so that we're not splitting our relevance nationwide. If we want to go nationwide splitting the electoral college vote, I agree with Senator Conrad. I think that's a great way to go. I think if you zoom out from the politics, that seems fair if everybody's doing it that way. But this is a situation where it is purely political. I mean, this is as political of a discussion as you can have. I would normally say redistricting is the biggest political brawl you can have, but you have far more limitations set in place by the courts when you have that fight. The limitations by the court aren't there. I mean, it's clear you can either split your vote, you can do winner take all. The courts are fine either way. It is absolutely your choice politically as a state. Now, coming from the perspective of a Republican, I'm not in a Republican majority state going to support us splitting our votes at my own party's peril. And I mean, I think if you eliminated some of the noise of like, this better represents the voice of Nebraskans, if you get to the pure political discussion, it's what way benefits the political party that we're talking about here. The Democrats would be benefited by us continuing to have our system in place. The Republicans would be benefited by us changing to winner take all. You go to a state like California, and that shifts, and also the debate shifts. This wasn't California, but it was Wisconsin a few years ago. Republicans were pushing, let's split our electoral college votes like Nebraska does. And so then I was asked for comment, well, you're bringing the bill to go to winner take all. And that's where I've really evolved on the issue, because I initially came into office saying, okay, every state should be winner take all. I've since shifted to where if every state is going to split their electoral college votes, that's fine, but they're not going to do it. So that's where I'm coming from in terms of my support for winner take all in the state of Nebraska.
And I find this really interesting because something that always strikes me in these conversations is that the idea of influence comes up on either side. There's this idea that if we keep our current system, that's how we have the most impact as a state. There's an idea that if we change the system back to winner take all, actually that's how we have the most impact as a state. So what is the disconnect there? Is it a difference in how you're defining and thinking about influence, and is there a way you can pinpoint that, Senator Slama?
Yeah, and I'll take this, and this will probably be where everything goes south and Senator Conrad and I start fighting. But I mean, if the Democrats could win a statewide race to save their lives, we wouldn't have this debate, because it's this discussion about winner take all or splitting your votes. Like, do you want a participation medal for winning Omaha? Like, when in any other state besides Maine, that's not even an issue. Win the state. Be relevant in Ogallala. Be relevant in Omaha. Be relevant across the entire state. And coming from my perspective, that's how I see the way that we should be splitting our electoral college votes. Step up and win statewide. Don't change the rules to benefit your own party. But again, I'm coming at that as a politician from the other side, the other party. And that's okay. Like, it's a purely political debate, and we can have that discussion. But until the Nebraska Democrats can win a statewide election, of course they're going to push for the split of the electoral college votes, because that is the way they stay relevant.
Senator Conrad, what do you think?
Well, I definitely agree with Senator Slama that, key point here, there is no legal issue, right? It's a purely policy issue. It's a pure political issue. The courts have tested the plenary power of states to decide how to utilize their role in the Electoral College, and they've said it's literally up to the states to figure this out. So we have maximum flexibility there. And I do think a couple of things that are important to remember here is that all of our elections are not statewide, right? Or they're not all county, or they're not all city. We actually have a strong tradition within our government where we have not just at-large elections, but we also have district elections, or a combination of at-large and district elections, to make sure that certain voices in the electorate are not silenced by a broader perhaps majority, just like we have, the balance in the legislature with the statewide offices that we have on the ticket as well. We see this in our proud direct democracy tools. Ballot initiatives are a hot topic, right? There's a lot on the ballot this year. We have a requirement that you have to get so many signatures by a certain amount of voters all across Nebraska, and we also require you to go out to 38 counties out of the 93 and get signatures as well. So the tension is perhaps part of the elegant design, actually, I believe, in our democracy, where we see different opportunities to balance kind of a will of the majority with the rights of the minority. And I think that this approach strikes the right balance in achieving just that. And that's why you saw states utilize it at the founding period, and now are looking to Nebraska and to Maine to perhaps make changes. Every time we see a candidate who wins the national popular vote lose the electoral vote, it really rubs Americans the wrong way. It really rubs Nebraskans the wrong way. It says, why are we utilizing this antiquated system to decide how we choose our leader in the greatest democracy in the history of the world? And so I do think that every time that happens, it renews a vigorous debate about change and reform. And since the other methods of change and reform are just such a high bar, I do think other states should move in this direction. I do think candidates should have to go spend money, time, and energy in California, and in Wisconsin, and in Nebraska, and in New York, instead of just having a winner take all there. And I appreciate the tension that Senator Slama brings forward. And to her credit, she has been on this since her time in the legislature. She didn't just show up this year in the presidential election year and say, hey, let's go.
Senator Conrad,
which I give her a ton of credit for.
So I have a question that kind of plays off of something that Senator Slama said earlier too. If the roles were reversed, do you truly think that you would do something differently? Like, if there was a quirk that existed that presented an opportunity to an opposing politician who you thought was dangerous for the country or the state, would you do what you could to get rid of that opportunity?
Is the question about faithless electors?
The question is about if your roles were reversed.
If the roles are reversed?
Would you handle this differently, do you think, truly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a a challenging hypothetical, and it really challenges us as leaders to try and do the right thing. I think the lens I would hopefully bring to it, if the roles were reversed from a partisan perspective, is what's best for Nebraska. And when I look at the amount of dollars that have been invested, when I look at the energy and engagement that Nebraskans have in regards to this issue, even if it was going the other way and it was a red dot blue state or what have you, I think that's compelling. I think it's compelling. And what I know from this summer's endeavors was that there was an outpouring of support from Nebraskans, not just Democrats, saying, do not change this. We like this unique approach. So that would weigh heavily upon my mind as a policymaker as well. I'd like to think I would be the stateswoman and rise above the partisan impact there. And I think that's exactly what has happened in Nebraska, where the reason that there's this unique approach is not just because of Democrats. We hold a very, very small position in our state political posture, but Republicans have joined together to support this unique approach as well.
I see Senator Slama wanting to respond to that, so I'll give you a couple minutes.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I fully appreciate Senator Conrad. She has been consistent throughout the years in terms of her view of the Democrats' role in the legislature, and I think it's really wonderful to be able to share the stage with her and very respectfully disagree. We had a 33-vote majority about 10 years ago, and winner take all passed 2 rounds, and then on the last round, one of the Republicans fell off because he was mad about a vote on weed. We can pretend like there's this mystical aura about how we split our electoral college votes, how we have a nonpartisan unicameral, and we can hold it up to be a golden calf, and that's fine if you're on one side of the aisle, but from my perspective, I look at it and go, the course of our country might have just gotten changed because somebody was upset about a vote from the time before, and I just don't see that as necessarily being beneficial. And I think it is important to divide feedback we've gotten on this issue generally and the feedback we got on this issue when it was brought up this fall. Because I do think it's a very valid point to ask the question, why change the rules this close to the election? I think that's a very valid concern that Republicans and Democrats in the state had. But if you zoom out from that and you go back to the time in 2021 where I introduced winner take all, then I think you get a more clear picture of who's where in terms of the debate and why. I do appreciate the discussion we were able to have this fall, but I just don't think it was indicative of the real split in Nebraska about how we should be dividing our votes.
Yeah, and just to jump in there really quick, I think Senator Slama is right on. There are so many inside stories and behind the scenes stories that are not being written about this really high profile issue in Nebraska this year.
You could tell me about those things if you want to tell me.
There's we're not going to talk out too far outside of school, but there was, we're a close-knit set of colleagues with being the smallest legislature in the country with 49 of us, and who work together frequently on a host of different issues. And, there was all kinds of undercurrents in regards to key senators in play for forthcoming legislative leadership votes. There was a lot of discussion amongst colleagues, including a lot of Republican colleagues who were concerned about the impact on Congressman Don Bacon's reelection, that were looking at it through that lens as well. So there was really, I think, a host of really complex and really smart, some policy, some political, some personal things that were going on as we were all talking about these issues this summer, and as we have in the past as well. Julie's exactly right about that. So I think you can't divorce the personal from the political, never can.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of those undercurrents playing out there, which perhaps shifted things in ways that might not be apparent looking at the political makeup of the legislature.
Definitely. I feel like maybe this is true everywhere, but I think especially in Nebraska, it feels like there's always more to the story with any vote. And Senator Slama, I want to know, you are leaving the legislature. In the past, you have been a leader in the voter ID ballot initiative. I'm wondering if this is a cause that you can envision yourself trying to bring in front of voters.
You know, I don't know. I stopped making 5-year plans in high school because I was just so habitually wrong. Like, I have no idea what I'm going to do tomorrow, much less 5 years from now. But I think that voters should have a say. I think that whether that's on a ballot initiative or in the legislature, the voters do have their say when they have elections and they elect their state senators. So that's an option too. I am completely in favor of most of the years since Nebraska splitting its electoral college votes has been passed, there have been efforts to repeal it. And I wholeheartedly support that discussion being had, especially when we're outside of election years. Because you take off the pressure of the national scope, we can really get together as Nebraskans, try to remove the personalities, which that's something that on the national level, I think everybody always misreads. Like, they come to Nebraska, they think it's like DC, like they hear nonpartisan unicameral, and they just don't understand like the level. I've had people switch their votes because somebody said something bad about their child the night before. Like a very important vote that would have like led to billions of dollars in investment and spending. Nebraska is unlike any other state on that front. There's no other state you can look at and say that that same thing is true. But when you add in that national pressure, you end up skewing away from us gathering as Nebraskans and deciding, like, whether you're a Republican, whether you're a Democrat, whether you're viewing it through that lens, like, what do you think is best for the state? And I support that continuing to be brought up as an issue and having that discussion because it is that important.
You know, it was really interesting. Senator McDonald kept talking about this summer that he didn't see it as a red or a blue, but he saw it as a green dot because it leveraged so much money into Nebraska in terms of campaign spending and all of those kind of additional revenue generators, which is really interesting. Then, of course, you have Senator McDonald eyeing a mayor's race, and that hits in Omaha in a different way and puts up a sharp contrast with Mayor Stothert, who is fighting to move to winner-take-all. So there's all of these like very interesting stories in addition to a lot that haven't been told that I think really weighed in on it. And Julie's exactly right. In the wake of the decision this summer where they decided, okay, we're not going to call a special session because we don't have the votes, and that would be a waste of everybody's time and energy and probably an embarrassment on the national level. But basically then Republican leaders quickly pivoted to, well, we want the vote of the people on this. We want to have Nebraskans weigh in on this directly. So if that method is pursued in the future, either through popular initiative, by changing the statute or amending the Constitution, of course the people can organize that effort and move forward in that regard, even though our precious right of initiative is somewhat under attack in Nebraska right now. But
ooh, we could have that fight.
We should have that fight. Or a measure can come through the legislature where it would need to garner 30 votes to amend the Constitution. It doesn't go to the governor. It directly is referred to the people, and then they could decide whether or not to amend the Constitution in the next regular election.
So I think we have time for one more question, and I have like 4 more on my paper. So I want to end on a question that brings it back to the Nebraska as a place, as a people, and this system is unusual. So is our unicameral, and you've referred to it as a laboratory of democracy. You've referred to it in other ways. I'm wondering, what do you think that these unique or unusual systems, institutions, say about us as a state, as a people? Senator Conrad.
Sure. You know, when you look at our proud political history in Nebraska, the citizens of Nebraska gifted us our nonpartisan unicameral legislature almost 100 years ago, which of course Senator Behrens is Professor Behrens is the foremost expert on in the state. And we've charted a different course from our sister states in regards to how we organize state government, and it served our state very well. You look at our approach to public power, you look at our approach to water management and NRDs, You look at our approach to the Electoral College split and a host of other innovations that we have in governance and our political life here in Nebraska, and a very strong nonpartisan tradition in terms of how we approach our work in Nebraska. And I actually think that's a beacon of hope and light and inspiration for really all Americans to look at how we do things in Nebraska, and they should adopt many of these sort of innovations because it helps to build trust, rebuild trust, maintain trust in democracy. I think any one of us would argue, and I firmly believe and have said many times, most major political parties today are unrecognizable to me. And they're very toxic and they're broken. And that's why you see Nebraskans and Americans fleeing parties and moving to be independents. And I really think that these kind of innovations can point the way to the future for a smarter, more thoughtful approach to our governance.
Thank you very much. Senator Slama.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your moderation, Sarah. I'm very glad you didn't have to cut mics or beat us with the mics or anything like that.
Restraining myself.
We'll do it backstage. It's fine. But I do appreciate just how working with Senator Conrad over the years in various capacities has been just a delight because she views Nebraska and our innovations with that positive, optimistic belief. And I think that's infectious, and I love, it's like working with Amy Poehler in Parks and Rec. It's delightful. We disagree, but it comes down to just because something's different doesn't make it good. There's a reason why no other states have said, nonpartisan unicameral. Nebraska seems to have it made. Let's do that. And that's because of the very unique challenges it poses. No one's looked at our state and gone, we have decentralized the power away from the speaker so much in Nebraska that the committee chairs are almost more powerful than the speaker himself. There is no other state that can say that. We sit here and we split our electoral college votes, and Maine's the only other state who's done that. You don't see a line of states seriously considering, it gets brought up as an idea and as a hypothetical, and generally it's almost universally shut down, to go, wow, these ideas could really serve our state well because they're serving Nebraskans well. I know we like to hold them up as this golden calf that we worship because we're special, but doesn't it beg the question, why aren't other states following our lead? And that's where, on a more positive note, I do think we agree in the sense that everybody should split their electoral college vote, but where we disagree is until that happens, I think Nebraska shouldn't be splitting our electoral college vote. We should be winner take all. And I look forward to California and New York after this election having strong voter-led initiatives to split their electoral college votes following Nebraska's lead.
Thank you all so much. I think this was a really good conversation on a topic that a lot of people are interested in, and thank you so much for your time.
Quick question for you. Is it harder to wrangle state senators in 30 minutes or your twins at home?
It's tough to call, too tough to call. Thank you so much.
We hope you all enjoyed this morning's conversations. I'd like to thank all our speakers for facilitating these thought-provoking discussions. Now we are going to head into lunch, and if you stick with me, I'm going to give you a few instructions regarding our breakout sessions. Lunch is available now in the Centennial Room, just past registration where breakfast was held. And at 1 p.m., so mark your calendar, 1 p.m., we'll have 2 breakout sessions. One in here, on this stage, will host a discussion on investigating how a powerful family is impacting Nebraska's politics. And in the Regency Suite, just across the hall, the room right across the entrance here, we'll discuss the economic development and entrepreneurship in Nebraska's communities. Following those sessions, we'll all gather back here at 2 p.m. for our afternoon plenary. We'll see you later and enjoy lunch.
Please welcome back to the stage the Atlantic's Evan Smith.
Good afternoon. Hope you had a good lunch and I hope you enjoyed. Did you enjoy this morning? Was it great? Did you have a good time? Good. Yeah, I thought it was a terrific program. Before we get started in this afternoon's schedule, during the lunch hour, I was on Twitter, and Nancy Sinatra tweeted that today is Johnny Carson's birthday. And I thought, of course, we're here. It's perfect.
There's a big party at the Lead Center tonight.
There you go. Well, fated to be. So we're excited. We're happy birthday, Johnny Carson, I guess. I'm very excited to welcome you back to this afternoon's program, and it's going to kick off with a conversation on Flatwater Free Press's investigation of a powerful Nebraska family's political spending. You can probably guess which powerful Nebraska family we're talking about. In the decade that he was running for and then served as governor, Pete Ricketts, who is currently a United States Senator from Nebraska, and his family spent almost $10 million on Nebraska political campaigns and causes. And as you will hear shortly, that is an extraordinary amount by any standard, but especially by the standard of Nebraska, where it eclipses almost everybody else who has ever given money in the aggregate to politics over time. Million with an M. Almost $10 million. Flatwater Free Press has published a remarkable series, and you may have seen it, on the effects that the Ricketts family's political spending has had on Nebraska politics and how it's shaping the future of this state. Today, we will hear from the journalists behind this essential reporting to discuss their work and the importance of local investigative reporting. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Alex Richards, assistant professor at Syracuse University, and Sarah Gensler, reporter at Flatwater Free Press. Hi, you all. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Evan. Great to see you.
It's very exciting to talk about this great story, which, again, sort of in the same way that we talked to Yang Chi this morning about her story on our dirty water, this is down the middle public service journalism, telling the public something they need to know and giving them the ability to understand the consequences for them, the impact on their lives. And while dirty water in your house may have obvious consequences, incredible political spending by one family may be less obvious to the people here. So one of the things I want to be sure we talk about is to understand what the impact is on the people who read this story or are here today of a family like the Ricketts is spending as much money. Let's begin with the origin of this story. Sarah, whose idea was this? Why this story as opposed to something else?
The answer to why this story, I think it felt like a story that was kind of begging to be written. This topic, the idea of the Ricketts family financing campaigns at a high level, is well covered in daily reporting, like in individual races, individual circumstances, but it felt like there wasn't like a comprehensive look back on the numbers and the impact. And so I don't even remember who brought it up in my interview with Matt and Matthew when I was trying to get this job.
Apparently that's how every story idea materialized.
I noticed.
Right?
Yeah.
I've seemed to have heard this before. Right?
I noticed that when Yanchi said it too. But we definitely talked about it in that interview, and then there's a million things we could write about at any given time, and this is a huge lift. And so I felt like it was necessary maybe for Alex to step in order for it to become a real possibility.
Right. Campaign finance reporting, Alex, is kind of like the mother's milk of public service journalism, right? We do this every place. We do this all the time because we have access to information that we can present to the public.
Absolutely, and it's something that I've been lucky enough to work on during my career at different points. Going back to years and years ago, I used to work as a reporter in Las Vegas, and so I was digging through paper documents of campaign finance records. Back when Jim Gibbons was governor of Nevada, I mean that sort of.
And when things were still on paper.
Yeah, when things were still on paper, and so we were going through the process of like converting paper documents into actual data to use. But going back to this sort of idea, the genesis behind this story, it's something that I think, sort of piggybacking off what Sarah said, something really incredibly relevant here in Nebraska, something that
readers were asking for. I'd been talking with Matt Wynn about potential reporting projects, and they sort of asked me if I'd like to team up with Sarah and work on this one, and I was like, absolutely, I would.
Did you know, Sarah, when you started working on this, what the total amount of spend, which is $9.8 million, that is the amount, $9.8 million, almost $10 million in the aggregate. Did you know that that was the number, or did you actually have to do the math and say, okay, well, this much in this race, this much in this race, oh my God, this is how much it was?
No, I didn't know, and without Alex, I don't think we would not know now. There's a lot of caveats to the data. There's a lot of nuance, I think, to understanding and feeling comfortable with reporting a number like that. And I think it requires a lot of eyes on it and a lot of process to even get to that number.
What are the caveats, Alex? I'm curious. So we're talking about spending by Pete Ricketts and his wife, or no?
And his spouse, Suzanne Shore.
And his spouse.
And other members of the Ricketts family.
Including, and maybe most especially, his parents.
Right.
Right.
Joe and Marlene Ricketts as well. And other Ricketts family members who, when they actually spent in Nebraska, a lot of his siblings, spouses, they spent basically directly on his campaign, but that was not really the case so much for Joe, Marlene, and himself and his wife during that period. And I mean, when we're talking about caveats, it's sort of interesting, like, obviously, when you're looking at anything like this that far back in time, almost all of this information, and especially so much of it in the past, it is stuff being converted over from paper documents, right? So it's not as though that every single element of campaign finance has been digitized over that period of time.
Right. So you may miss some gifts.
We may miss some contributions. We may miss some gifts. It's sort of our best take.
It's probably, let's say it this way, it's probably the floor, Sarah.
Yes.
But it's not the ceiling.
And you notice that when you say that number, that it starts it's a 10-year period. And that's
and that's the time frame. We're talking about over a 10-year period.
Right.
We're talking about that time frame. That's the spend.
Right.
Yeah.
Because at a certain point too, like, you can't trust that the data is all there, and then also looking at what in current events makes the most sense when trying to tell a story or show something that's meaningful about their spending.
Now, you quantified this for its own sake, which is to say you wanted to write about them and their giving, and we'll talk about what they spent the money on in a second, but you also did it comparatively, right? You wanted to compare, relatively speaking, to other people who'd spent over time. If you add up Pete Ricketts and then the parents, where they land is second only to the Herbsters in the modern history of Nebraska politics. Say something about the Herbsters for people in the room who may not know.
Sure. Charles Herbster has run for office a couple times and has largely self-funded really expensive campaigns. So he most recently ran against Jim Pillen and Brett Lindstrom in the Republican primary for governor in 2022. And he's very independently wealthy. And most of the money went, like, far and away, you have probably maybe a better grasp on the percentage, but like a lot of his money went to his own campaign, which was very different from the way that Ricketts has spent their money.
Yeah, it was almost everything, either going directly to his own campaign, and at one time in the past, he had transferred some campaign assets to someone who was also running in the primary, and so it was almost everything was very much done out of self-interest.
Right, and the total amount that the Herbster line in your visualization of this data was like more than 2 times what the Ricketts had spent, right?
Ton of money. It was like, I don't want to speak out of turn, I think it was $15 million. It's like it was a lot of money.
I think it was just north of $15 million.
So it's almost 2 times what the Ricketts has spent. But then they're number 2 and number 3, Pete and the parents, and then there's a fourth who spent over $2 million. But the reality is, if you go past the top 4, no one has even in that same period spent more than $2 million in the aggregate. So the Rickettses are not only superlative on their own in having spent this, but it's like almost 5 times what almost anybody else has spent in the modern history of Nebraska. Now, say something about the campaign finance limits, the giving limits in this state, because there are probably some people who are thinking, how are they able to give that much money over time?
We don't have any.
Don't have any. Exactly.
As
It was a test and you passed. It's a trick question. There are no limits.
Yeah, as of
Right.
like 2012-ish.
The issue is not, as Molly Ivins, my old friend from Texas, the late Molly Ivins used to say, the crime is not what's illegal, it's what's legal, right? This is a case where this is not against any campaign finance law. This is perfectly legal. This is a designed play for people in politics to be able to give as much as they want.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's obviously every state has their own laws about what's acceptable and what's allowed. I think it's pretty remarkable and interesting that Nebraska does not put a cap on that.
Right.
Definitely different at the federal level, absolutely.
Absolutely at the federal level. So Pete Ricketts, who is now a senator, would be in a very different situation in terms of what he could give conceivably to his own campaign or what the parents could give to his campaign than they would be at the state level. So we said earlier that the difference between the Herbsters and the Rickettses is that the Herbsters basically, that's largely a contribution made in the interest of self-funding. What the Rickettses did was actually give money far and wide. They supported ballot measures. They supported local races, not just at the state level, but they supported local races. They supported PACs that supported candidates that they were for, and they also spent money to attack candidates they were opposed to. So this was a little bit a broader aperture for them.
Yes, a lot broader. And a really early example of that when Ricketts became governor is the death penalty. That I think that's kind of a marker in time for a lot of people of first seeing this influence.
Right.
That was the legislature had voted to abolish the death penalty in Nebraska, and then Governor Ricketts vetoed that, and then they overrode his veto. And that following year, or following those votes, he and his mother, I believe, really poured money into a ballot initiative campaign that then got that on the ballot, and then voters overwhelmingly approved, kind of undoing what the legislature had done. And then it also had come back to haunt a few conservative senators or moderate kind of Republicans, and then they ended up being ousted by people who Ricketts supported. And that was really a first show of what that might look like with a governor who has a lot of money, I think.
Yeah, it's unusual, Andy, is it not, Alex, pardon me, is it not for a governor to go after people in his own party? Like, it's one thing for someone who spends to the level that this governor and his family have spent to attack political opponents, you would think maybe in the opposite party. But this is actually something else. He is going after spending against other Republicans.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and necessarily say it doesn't happen elsewhere, because I think that it does. I feel like when you're talking about a really wealthy individual, really wealthy family, they're all unique, right? They all have sort of their own agendas, and in this case, we have a pretty strong example that Pete Ricketts did sort of flex his financial muscle in this way. But what I feel like in the course of Sarah and I reporting this story, and not just looking in Nebraska, but sort of looking outside of Nebraska, at a few governors who have like really immense financial wealth at their disposal when they're campaigning or sort of trying to achieve their agenda in a state, is that I would say one interesting thing that I think is a little bit different is the examples we saw if we look at like the Pritzker family in Illinois or Doug Burgum in North Dakota is, I'll go back to the example of the Pritzkers. A lot of that spending it's just more about self-interest, like J.D. Pritzker and his immediate siblings. I mean, a lot of his spending in Illinois went towards his gubernatorial ambitions. A lot of his spending went to one fair tax initiative, like tens of millions of dollars. That was sort of a hallmark of his
What it didn't
time
go,
there.
what it did not go toward, though, in Illinois, at least I'm not aware that it did. You may know more. Is retaliation against his political opponents.
Right. That's not what you're seeing.
That was not a hallmark of his spending or the family spending. Right. Sarah, I mentioned to you that in Texas right now, our Republican governor, who is not wealthy in the way that the Rickettses are, but has extraordinary amounts of money in his campaign account, made a point in this election year of going after Republicans who opposed school choice. Governor's been trying to get a school choice bill passed for many consecutive legislative sessions, has been unable to do so, realized after this last time when it failed he couldn't change the policy, so he decided to change the people. And he went after rural Republicans who had opposed this bill, spent against them, and to this point in the election year has been largely successful in what we think of as a retaliation primary effort. And in fact, what Governor Ricketts and his family did, so it sounds like, was a version of that. Retaliation against Republicans who would not toe his line, right?
I think that that is a way that many people frame it. I also think that his people would say that's not the case, that it's actually this guiding principle of we want to support the most conservative Republican we can, who we think has a shot at winning in any given race. And that is how they would frame it. But I've also talked to several candidates, one of whom's in this room, who feel that they at least stood a chance at winning had he not intervened. There are always other things at play in any given race. But yes, I think that...
Let's talk about an example that you gave yourself, that you led this story with yourself, and that was Matt Williams, who was a former state senator, who found himself targeted in a campaign, primary campaign, funded almost entirely by the Ricketts family. This is a guy who probably thought of himself, and others probably thought of him as pretty conservative, relatively speaking, right?
Yes.
At the time. Pick up the story from there. Say some more about him and say what happened.
Sure. Matt Williams is from Gothenburg. He's a Republican. He is, I think, well known in his community. He is well respected among legislators. He also split from what Ricketts would have preferred several times throughout his tenure, and nothing came up. Like when he ran for re-election, there was not a big challenger that was funded by the Ricketts family or anything like that. It was, like you said, not until he ran for regent after leaving office. And if I think about that in the framework of what Ricketts' team kind of thinks about how they fund, he's now running in an expansive district that stretches all the way to western Nebraska, and maybe a more conservative candidate is viable. Then there's a guy who was in the legislature named Senator Mike Roney, and he says he was recruited by Ricketts' team to run against Williams in that race, and they dispute that. The Ricketts' team doesn't really recall that happening, but he ends up dropping out, and then the last day that there were that candidates could file, another challenger gets involved. That person gets not a ton of money compared to what Williams had from donors, but this PAC that you mentioned really attacks Williams, just really attacks him with mailers, and in the end he lost. And they both had really powerful endorsements. They had, I think it was a fascinating example, partly also because it's a Board of Regents race. It's not, a race for governor. It's not a race for like a statewide office that might yield itself to maybe it feeling like it was naturally more political. So I thought it was a really interesting example, and to hear Matt Williams talk about it, it was hurtful for him to see those attacks as well, because it was like, hey, I gave a lot of my life to this job, and I thought I was doing what my constituents wanted, and then I see these mailers that say things that twist things out of context or don't feel true. Yeah.
So does anybody dispute, Sarah, that had it not been for that spending against him by that PAC, that he would have won the race? I mean,
Not
was
in
that
my reporting.
that was the difference maker?
Not. I'm trying to think. I know that former Governor Heineman said something to the effect of like, I supported Kathy Wilmot, his opponent.
Indeed. He said this in your story. Said this to y'all.
Yeah, and I think he said something like that played a pivotal role in that race, or played a role in that race. So that's not fully saying like his money did it, but definitely I don't think anyone disputes that it had an impact.
Yeah. Alex, I don't want us to sit here and clutch our pearls about political spending, right? Rich people do rich people things. This is kind of a dog bites man story, right? Rich people spend money to affect the outcomes of elections. Next, you're going to tell me water is wet, right?
I'm not sure if that's true.
I mean, but I mean, there's not an enormous amount about rich people spending money to affect the outcomes of elections, to affect races they want to affect, or to affect ballot initiatives. That's a staple of politics going back to, well, forever, right?
I mean, I think you're absolutely right about that. It is, I think that there are all these things in the world that we kind of know in very abstract terms, right?
Right.
Water is wet. Rich people do rich people things, spend money in campaign finance. I think the thing that journalists can really bring to bear is we can finally get our arms around just how much is it, how are they exercising those dollars, like
right.
what is their agenda, and then how are they actually using that money? And in the political space, well, I mean, it's really varied and frankly interesting. Targeted digital advertising, ways to get messaging out in front of, frankly, voters like all of us in this room, to sort of shape our thinking about policies and candidates in really, really effective and sometimes insidious ways. I think, another interesting thing that I think came out of the reporting, especially parts of it that Sarah did, was just, I think, showed the magnitude how in a state like Nebraska, it does not take that much money to go a very, very long way.
Right.
In very different terms than it does in, say, other states. Like I live in New York State. Obviously, $10 million is not going to do in New York State
right.
for a candidate what it does in a state
well,
like
and in
Nebraska.
Texas right now, we're in the middle of a very contested, as you have one here, it turns out, late in the game, it's contested, the Senate race. We have a Senate race in which the two candidates are going to each raise north of $50 and approaching $70 million per campaign. $10 million, relatively speaking, drop in the hat in a big state, but in a state like Nebraska, it can actually make a big difference. Just from the story, Sarah, because I thought these were fascinating statistics, two things I pulled out. The Ricketts family spending when he first ran for governor represented 5% of all recorded Nebraska political giving. So just the Ricketts family. And then the other statistic I read was that in the election cycle in which Pete Ricketts was no longer running for governor, but supported Jim Pillen, the current governor, who then turned around and appointed him to the United States Senate, the Ricketts family's money made up more than 7% of all political giving to every political campaign and cause in Nebraska that cycle. I mean, on a percentage basis, that's kind of amazing, right? It's why you report these kinds of stories, because people, their jaws drop when they hear that.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, and to Alex's point, at the federal level, they're giving a lot of money, but it is certainly not even going to touch.
Well, 7%. It's disappearing into the maw effectively in a Senate,
right.
in a federal race, but in a state race where there are no limits. And again, very important to say explicitly, this is legal. What they're doing is entirely appropriate by the law.
And I would say also, I can't count how many times in my reporting it came up with a source who would say, at least they're doing this transparently. Like, you can see it all.
Right.
And also, we have a lot of rich Democrats in Nebraska. It's not our fault they're not playing
Well, in fact,
the same
I
game.
believe that one of the people right below in that data visualization of the largest givers in the aggregate in the modern era, sort of right at like number 5 or number 6, there are a number of people who are actually quite significant Democratic donors. This is not one party that is benefiting from rich people.
And I think the reason that going back to your original question, one of the reasons this is an important story to report is that this is somebody who also was in office and held elected office.
Correct.
And so it makes their giving, I think, all the more important to track compared to just another wealthy individual.
Well, and the fact is that Governor Heineman, who you quote in the story, he didn't do this. Didn't have the resources to do it, but also he didn't do this. Like, this is not normal. Well, in not just here, but in most places, it's not normal for somebody in elective office to actually do that. Let's talk about what, Alex, here we're going to nerd out now from a process of journalism standpoint. What Sarah just said is absolutely right. One of the reasons that this is an interesting story is because we see this stuff disclosed, and again, good on the system for giving us access to this kind of data. We know that getting this data is never easy, even though it's public information, and that candidates and donors are obligated to report or to be reported, right? Talk about that, what the cadence of that reporting is and what it takes to actually stitch a story and this kind of data together.
Sure. I mean, and I would say in this day and age, and one actually nice thing about being here in 2024 as opposed to maybe like 2004 or 1994, is that we're kind of awash in data. Like it's not the getting of the data especially when we're dealing with campaign finance, something highly regulated. It's not the getting of the data that is so hard. It's like, okay, you've got it. Now what do you do? What do you
do with it? Right.
It's like, would you like to go looking for a needle in a haystack made out of needles? Great. If that appeals to you, then you're in good shape. And that's what it feels like sometimes because, anyone who's ever worked in, Microsoft Excel or a spreadsheet knows that it can feel pretty unwieldy sometimes. It can feel overwhelming sometimes. And so you're sort of trying to go through this almost like it's like bringing your car into the mechanic, going through this like diagnostic process. Like, what's wrong with this data? What do I do with it?
But you have to request this info. I mean, let's be clear on how this works. You don't simply push a button and the stuff gets spit out. You have to request stuff. You have to.
In a lot of cases, you do. I would say that's again going back. One nice thing about in this day and age, a lot of it is like if you want to have access to it,
and you know where it is,
you can go press a button and download it yourself. But the question is, like, once you have it in your hands, what are you going to do with it?
What do you do with it, Sarah?
Yeah.
I was going to say, too, like, first of all, do you know how many spreadsheets that we worked with for this story?
Do you know?
No, he might.
I mean, at least spread out across a dozen, I would say.
With multiple tabs.
Multiple tabs, constantly going back and forth. I mean, and we used some specialized software that kind of scripted some of the analysis, so I wasn't having to pull little drop-down menus and stuff the whole time. But a lot of the end result ends up in the body of our reporting work is spread across a bunch of spreadsheets that we looked over meticulously.
Right. Yes, and if you think about also the questions that we started with, we started like us being like me, Matthew, Ryan, started out with a bunch of questions that we really wanted to answer with data. And very quickly, you realize that some of these are not so simply answered. Like, hey, can we just look among wealthy governors? Where does he stand? Then you start working with 5 different states' data, and it's all kept differently.
Right. All the state data is different. I mean, and think about one thing too that I would say is a difficulty. Is just like, think about your name, your first, middle, last. Maybe you have a prefix. Maybe you have a suffix, like a junior or a third or something like that. Think about in your life how many different times in different ways your name has been recorded. And then think about that in campaign finance terms. So, like, for example, we'll take the immediate members of the Ricketts family just in federal data. They appear like 200 different ways. Sometimes it's J. Joe, Ricketts. Sometimes it's J. Pete Ricketts. Sometimes it's just J. I mean, it shows up so many different ways. That's just a logistical challenge.
And there's no computer program you can run to solve for that. You actually have to go through by hand effectively
Just us.
Right, and so this is actually back to the point that we made earlier. When we quote that number, 9.8 million, it's a floor. Surely you missed contributions that they made that just showed up differently on the spreadsheet, right?
I'm sure there might be one or two, but I would say with confidence at this point, like we looked at this stuff closely enough.
Come on, embrace your vulnerability, man. Come on. Can I ask you like an existential question here on this, Sarah? So what? So what? The Rickettses have the money. They can spend it on whatever they want. They could spend it on nonprofit journalism. Not likely. Stipulated, not likely. But they can spend money however they choose. So what? Why should we care that they want to do this?
Well, the money is going somewhere, and where it goes might impact who ends up representing you in a lawmaking body or in some other gubernatorial, another
body that makes decisions that directly impact your life. And that's why, I mean, sure, they can donate to Flatwater, they can donate wherever, but it's so much less relevant to me as a
So if they choose to support Jim Pillen gets elected, might have gotten elected anyway.
Right.
But they choose to support Jim Pillen with their riches, and then he gets elected, and then Jim Pillen does or does not do things that affect the people in this room and the people outside this room, you can draw a line back to the Ricketts' support and say, why does it matter? Because they helped this guy get elected, he made decisions, and those decisions affect me.
Yes, that was a
That's
lot
like
better
that's
than
like
what I was saying.
Schoolhouse Rock stuff, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and that's the next story is focused more on where the money went, and that's a why. That's why is trying to figure out exactly if there was an impact on like our legislature, the money. In what ways, if we can possibly try to suss out what ways it might have affected the greater lawmaking body, and,
Right.
and what laws then end up.
So in the Texas case I gave you earlier, if in the next legislative session in Texas, we only meet 5 months every 2 years, we'll start meeting again second week of January this year. If they finally pass school choice and suddenly there's a voucher program and suddenly that reduces the spending that the state approves on public education and they redirect that money to a voucher program, you can say the governor getting involved in those races, in our case, affected public education. You can point to that specifically because he got people defeated, replaced them with people who bent to his will. So there's a version of that potentially here, right? Where if you track how that money was spent and you align that with how people won or lost races or things that passed or didn't pass, you can quantify that, or in terms of the impact of those of the outcomes of those races.
Yeah, you can try. There's always context. And
Some of it is guesswork.
Right, and in Nebraska's case, there was term limits that came into, like it was 2006 was the first class affected by term limits. That in itself, some political scientists have found made the body more and more partisan anyway.
Right.
Even before he took office. There's the campaign finance law changing. Like there's things that happen that it's not just the Ricketts money potentially having these impacts. So the context is important, and it's a lot of money that can have an effect on races.
So in about 5 minutes, we're going to go to questions from all of you. We'll have a microphone walking around. Before we do that, though, I want to ask a couple of last questions to these guys. Is there more that the authorities that are repositories, Alex, of this data can do to make this kind of campaign finance information transparent, more transparent than it is? If you were able to wave a wand over the reporting or disclosure of this stuff to make it better and more in the public interest, what would you do?
I mean, it's hard to say what I would do. I would say one of the issues that I see a lot, especially in sort of this disclosure space, and this goes beyond campaign finance, is a lot of government bodies who are repositories for immense amounts of government data. It's not as though they have some specialized knowledge or ability to get that data out to the masses, right?
And certainly not quickly.
And sometimes definitely not quickly. And so we're all sort of like prisoners in a way of their imagination. They try to anticipate, well, how would the public want to use this information? And a lot of times, the thing that they're envisioning is it's going to be really focused and specific. Maybe they want to, in the case of campaign finance, they just want to look at like one candidate right now and see what's happening.
Right.
As journalists, we usually want to see it all. Or as much as we can, to really understand the full scope of what's happening in the context. And so if government bodies who are producing public records aren't really making that available, well, that's a little bit of a problem.
And Sarah, I just think about, this is wish casting on my part, I acknowledge this, but I think about when we get this data from the authorities that collect it, it's often so late that it's not really useful to us. We're looking back over our shoulder to find out that some very big donor funded the campaign of a candidate who's already won a race. Like there's nothing we can do about that. I just wonder why it can't be like a GoFundMe,
where the minute a campaign or contribution is made, it shows up in the right-hand rail of the website, like we know it in real time. Why can't we see the Ricketts' contributions in real time?
I would love that. If you want to pitch that.
You can have that one for free if you want to have that. The GoFundMeing of campaign finance. You can have that one right now. You know, I'm also struck just by this idea that we have normalized people attacking people in a legislature, regardless of the party, who are simply representing their district. One imagines, or voting their conscience, right? In the case of Matt Williams, the candidate who you alluded to earlier, who was a candidate for the Regents but had been in the state Senate before, and had voted against the death penalty, because that was a vote he took out of conscience, or he believed he was representing his Senate district constituents, or both. Like, isn't that supposed to be how it works? You get elected to the legislature, and you represent the people back home, and sometimes that causes you to put district or conscience over party, right?
Yeah, and I also want to say, in his case and in a few others, it wasn't just the death penalty, it was a couple other issues as well. It was
right.
driver's licenses for the children of undocumented immigrants, and it was one other one, gas tax increase.
But again, in any of those, those are all controversial. In all controversial cases, we expect democracy to be representative. And so we expect people in office are going to cast votes based on what they believe the people back home want.
Right.
And yet now you're penalized for voting your district or voting your conscience because you run afoul of a really rich person who doesn't like that vote. And that's kind of what's been normalized along with everything else, right?
Your words.
It's kind of amazing. Yes, they were, fact check true, they were my words. And you know, also, just Sarah, to stay with you for a second.
Sure.
One of the things about journalism these days is that you write a story like this and you have an understandable hope that the subject of your story is going to sit down and talk to you about the thing you're reporting. You attempted to get Senator Ricketts and family to talk to you.
Yes.
And talk about what that was like.
I definitely tried. And it felt like it was going to happen, and then it didn't. And it was relegated to just emails, and that's always really frustrating. Unfortunately, very frequent occurrence, but I definitely tried even harder than I usually do, I think, to get an interview. And I'm hopeful that there might be a chance for one before the next story or two published.
I mean, one wonders what was the risk for them to talk to you? I mean, they gave the money. No one disputes that. It's public information. No one disputes that.
I also always wonder that. It feels to me, and I'm probably an idealist in this way, but it feels to me that it's always to the advantage of the person who's going to talk to you, to talk.
Well, your story is going to be told.
Right.
Who's going to tell it, you or somebody else? If you want to tell your own story as opposed to letting somebody else tell it in a way that you may not like, talk to the reporter, full stop, right?
Yes.
That's always the case. I mean, Alex, the other thing is, I think, before you go to question from the audience, we have been so desensitized as a country, as voters, and as communities to massive political spending these days, that we kind of just shrug our shoulders at it, as opposed to seeing it for what it really is, which is something else. Certain people have the ability to impact the outcomes of races and ballot initiatives the way that the vast majority of Americans do not. Just because you happen to have a lot of money, you have more influence over the outcomes of these things. But we've become desensitized to it.
I mean, it's pretty astonishing, and I will sort of use my perspective as someone who spends a lot of time in the classroom. I was leading a group of students through kind of a similar exercise at the federal level, doing a reporting partnership with Advanced Local in Pennsylvania, looking at like a congressional race there and the Bob Casey re-election Senate race. And it's astounding when we focus in on independent expenditures, what are more commonly known as super PACs. And just what maybe the change in 2010 after Citizens United really allows and permits, you see this just enormous spending, and you see just the same names show up time and time again. The Ulines, the Waltons. Ken Griffin, my mic is dead.
Rich people just cut your mic off.
Yeah, I mean, that was basically it.
Their power extends beyond what you
I
imagine.
think it just lost its battery. Yeah, it was like coded. I said one word and it just cut out. It's astonishing, and it was interesting to like show that to students and be like, look at these multi-million songs.
I mean, look in the current, we don't have to get into this now, and I hope we don't really get into this, but the current presidential race, whether it's Elon Musk on one side, or we find out today, Bill Gates on the other side, I mean, for all the idea of federal campaign finance limits, yeah, sort of, because they can be gotten around, right? Back to the theme of this whole day, rich people do rich people things. Let's go to the audience and questions. We have microphones that we're going to walk around. Please put your hands up. We'll take as many as time permit. I'm going to let you call on them. That's fine. Sir.
So do you have any idea why Ricketts decided that Nebraska was going to be his stage? I would have stayed in Chicago myself and enjoyed a good baseball team, but he chose to...
Well, his brother owns the Chicago Cubs. I'll let you know when we come up with a good baseball team, but that's actually... Really? You all have a problem with that? But I mean, it's a reasonable point. Why Nebraska?
I don't know, but I do know that is his family's roots. I know that Joe and Marlene were born in Nebraska City area. They're long-term Nebraskans. They built TD Ameritrade in Omaha, and then the family was raised here. That's as much as I know to that end, but that maybe has something to do with it.
Okay, in the back. Let's take, can we take the woman in the back, please? Thanks. Hi.
Hello. Kind of jumping off of that point, because I had the same question about, money coming from out of state to influence Nebraska politics. Can you speak a little bit more to why it is that money goes further in Nebraska and what's preventing a billionaire from coming and influencing Nebraska politics when they aren't from the state? And also, I guess you could argue that's kind of already happening with like the Gates family buying land in Nebraska. Do you guys have anything to say about that?
I mean, I think, and again, as someone who is from the Midwest originally, but not from Nebraska per se, I mean, it's just, I think it's an issue of scale in some respects. Like, if you think about the spending you would have to do to get your message in front of people here, it's just a much smaller amount would do it.
Smaller state, fewer people.
Right. So easier to gain attention in that way. I mean, that would just be a more general thought. Sarah, you might have something more specific than that.
No, I think that's exactly it.
Yeah.
In terms of impact, and I don't know that as far as the out-of-state influence. I mean, it hasn't. I'm not sure.
People hate out-of-state money until they receive it. Is usually what happens, right?
Yeah.
Political campaigns always complain about the other party's out-of-state money, and then they get out-of-state money, and they're like, no, I'm actually good with that. That happens. Can we take one on this side? Would that be okay? I'm sorry to make you run halfway over. Oh, okay, well, let's take one. No, in fact, let's take one over here. Yes,
Sorry.
good.
So a couple of weeks ago, Martin Scorsese likened modern America to his film Gangs of New York. And of course, that film is about like the Tammany boss in New York in the 1870s, and like rabid xenophobia in America and all kinds of things.
So it's a documentary, basically, right? That's
sort of.
Yeah.
But I was wondering if, so earlier today we had Senator Schlama, and we also had Representative Flood. Both of those are like Ricketts anointees. In the case of Schlama, an appointee, and in the case of Flood, an endorsee. I was wondering, does your reportage talk about these social networks that these people are in? Because financing is one thing, but it's also who you know, and
That is an excellent question.
It's an excellent question.
Yeah, it really is. And I think that just by its nature, that comes up. It comes up. I've asked, I don't know, a dozen senators who served alongside Ricketts if, hey, is it true? Is there a text group of everybody who's deciding how to vote and all these things? I ask these things, and these things, those social networks come up in the conversation, and I think it informs the reporting, but it hasn't been explicit.
Yeah.
I was talking to Alex, I was like, I think my spreadsheet of people I've talked to for this story is like this long, and what are there, like 5 or 6 people quoted in the end product? Like, so it always is at play, those social dynamics, and I think it's probably actually worth asking more explicit questions about, so thank you for that.
I mean, this, Alex, is a little bit like the conversation that happens every 4 years when we suddenly discover that a whole bunch of appointments by a new president to serve as ambassadors overseas happen to be donors. Right? Again, this is like shock to discover gambling in Casablanca. I don't think that any of this is all that surprising, right? Who you know.
Not surprising. Who you know. The sort of quid pro quo feeling of it all sometimes. But I think it's still very important to just like draw those lines, make those connections, and tell people that's what's happening.
Well, the whole state is not in the group text.
Right.
I mean, let's just say, in terms of representing the public, this gentleman over here has been very patient. Sir.
How does our massive spending in the United States compare to other countries, particularly in Europe?
Do you know?
That's an amazing question.
I did not know this would be on the test.
I don't know. I feel like, honestly, like I have no earthly idea. I would imagine the U.S. Eclipses what's happening over in the EU, but I don't know that. That's just a gut feeling. It's something worth looking into. It's a big country, yeah.
We still have about a minute for another 1 or 2. Let's do that.
A simplistic question.
Oh, okay.
Simply say, sir, hold this office, you have these many dollars, you can spend no more. I know it's simplistic, but it would solve some of the issues that you've raised.
I mean, I suspect that people who objected to limiting the amount of money you could spend on a campaign would quarrel with this through a free speech door, among other things, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great, yeah.
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 Sir.
Hi. So I have done a couple campaigns in New York, so I'm very familiar with like large amounts of money, but what comes to mind with this, aside from just candidates and people, is the ballot campaigns we have this year, especially with Protect Women and Children, almost entirely funded by him and a couple other people, getting on with kind of intentionally misleading language, and you don't see it being challenged like other ballot campaigns by people that have largely received his endorsements and a lot of his money. So I guess my point is, we talked, or you guys talked throughout this about like ultimately rich people doing rich things and spending a lot of money, but at what point, and I know this goes beyond reporting into more philosophical, but at what point does this become fundamentally undemocratic?
Apparently right now. Go ahead.
Oh man, that's a bigger question than I'm prepared to answer.
It is.
It is. But I mean, it's worth thinking about, and I also think that a few of the people I've talked to for these stories would immediately say, "Where are the rich Democrats?" If these are the rules that we're playing by, and everyone's playing by the same rules, that's what I think some people would say, but that doesn't answer your question. That answers it's just like, it's not, it doesn't answer your question, but it's a piece of the conversation. I think it's a good question to ask.
As we close here, I'll say this. One of the ways to counteract misinformation by people spending money on politics is support local journalism, right? Because in the absence of accountability from inside, you need accountability from the outside, and I'd say Flatwater Free Press is doing a pretty good job of doing that. Please give these guys a big hand. We're going to take a break. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
you have to have visionaries. You know, you have to have people that will think outside of the norm.
We're getting access to viewpoints and to people and to connection that we never, ever would have.
You have to believe change is possible in order to bring it about.
Having integrity in yourself and in your work, that is success.
We are our own leaders. We all are responsible for the change that we want to see.
It's about a broader question of representation, who gets to define how we see the world.
It's the power of sharing and connecting and vulnerability.
How do we intentionally rebuild a sense of community?
Every single person around the world can create a movement.
Please welcome back to the stage the Atlantic's Evan Smith.
Welcome back. Can you all hear me? Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Just as a curiosity, satisfy my curiosity, how many people in the audience have been here for the whole day? Look at that. Great. Excellent to see that this program has such sticking power or staying power. Wonderful of you to stay with us the entire day. And we have a lot of amazing content left for you in the final home stretch here. We are excited to continue this afternoon's programming with conversations about the future of higher education, the impact of the NIL, one of my favorite topics, and the importance of local government. We'd like to encourage you to join the conversation across social channels using the hashtag AtlanticSOOU for State of Our Union, AtlanticSOOU. Okay, now let's get started. Thanks again for having us in Nebraska. We're so happy to be here. We'll see you soon.
Here to discuss NIL and the future of college sports, please welcome Nebraska State Senator Megan Hunt, Adi Kunalik, co-founder and COO of Open Doors, Ethan Piper, former University of Nebraska football player, with Adam Harris, senior fellow at New America and contributing writer at The Atlantic.
Good afternoon, everyone. How has the day been so far? Love it. I have been so excited for this conversation. And Senator Hunt, I wanted to start with you because I was talking to a couple of my friends. We reminisce about college sports and about high school recruiting. And it's like a universal thing where everybody's like, man, I swear if our parents just waited like 10 to 15 years, we could have been in on this. Like, we could have been in on NIL. But I wanted to know, one, from you, how did you first get involved with this issue, with trying to push NIL in the legislature?
I introduced the second bill in the country to have name, image, and likeness legislation in our states to allow college athletes to compete in the marketplace on the same level as their peers in college. I thought that there was just a fundamental inequality, with what every other student was allowed to do. If you were a great cello player, you could make money giving lessons. If you were a great academic or whatever, you could, make money teaching and doing that. You could be an influencer, and there's been a huge economy raising around that. You can be sponsored by Juice or be sponsored by whatever and make an Instagram post and make $500. Everybody was allowed to compete and participate in that economy except college athletes. And I thought that there was something fundamentally unfair about that. I didn't come to it necessarily as a sports fan, I will confess, or as somebody really keyed into our strong and robust college athletic culture here in Nebraska, but as an entrepreneur. And I wanted these kids to have the same entrepreneurial opportunities as their peers.
And so I want to go back a little bit to before NIL was really a thing. And Ethan and Adi, both of you were recruited before NIL went into effect. So Ethan, I want to go to you first, right? You kind of always wanted to go to Nebraska, but what was the recruitment process like for you?
Yeah, so I came out of high school 2019. That was when Mike Riley just got let go and Scott Frost got hired. So a lot of excitement in the air for Nebraska football. I grew up a Nebraska football fan. I was talking to Adi, and he was playing during the prime time of 2009 Texas Colt McCoy versus Dominican Sue. I remember that game like it was yesterday, and grew up a Nebraska fan, and loved football for what it was. It just, I thought it built good character, made you work hard, made you accountable, responsible, and coming to Nebraska was like it's such an opportunity for me, and really going into it, I didn't expect money. People were talking about money. I was completely just wanting to represent the end as best as I can. And at the end of my career, I could say, tried my best. So.
Absolutely. And Adi, same question for you.
So recruiting was very different, and I got recruited in 2006, 2007. I mean, this is even before the huddle days, right? So you have to literally put your film on a VHS and hope that your coach will send it to all these schools. Nebraska happened to be one that offered me, and I was very happy that I came to Nebraska. But to maybe bring everyone back to like the extreme of what the NCAA was doing to prevent athletes from making money, I want to give you guys just one example talking about what Senator Hunt was talking about as far as trying to create this opportunity for even student athletes to be entrepreneurial. So my first company that I started is called HerDat. There's a social media agency. It's still around. We ended up getting acquired in 2014. But I started it in college with my co-founder, Blake Lawrence, both teammates on the football team. His career got cut short, so he was in a professional. We were like, hey, let's start this company over summer. I was still playing. So we were on our way to, I think it was Thursday, and we were playing Washington at Washington that weekend. And I got called into the office, and our director of football ops was like, hey, Adi, I came across one of your business cards. And compliance just called me and said that it sounds like you started a business. And they are saying that you are ruled ineligible to play this weekend. And so I go into the compliance office, I sit down with the team there, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? They're like, well, it says on your website, on your About Me, that you are a student athlete at Nebraska, and you cannot be a student athlete at Nebraska and start your own company because you can't even use your name. That's how extreme it was. So the way that we got around it, so I could play that weekend, Blake had to write a letter that said that he created that business card, that he put me on the website without my knowledge, without my consent.
And that's actually how we met. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah. So that was the extreme that we were living under. The NCAA was trying to do everything it can to prevent student athletes from being able to monetize anything, right? And thankfully, we were able to have that workaround and continue to still do things. But and at the time, I just kind of overlooked it. But looking back, I'm like, those were the times that we live in. So where we're at now, this progressive side of it that we've been able to, it's rewarding for me to see it, even though I don't get to partake in it too much. But it's been what a world that this has created now that at least gives people opportunities.
Yeah, and the NCAA often used to say, right, well, the reason why you can't start a business is because you're an amateur, right? You're an amateur athlete, and we want to preserve this ideal of amateurism, all that good stuff, right? But Senator Hunt, what were some of the, you mentioned that some of your colleagues or some folks, critics of NIL would say, well, this is just going to lead to all of these impermissible sort of bad things, bad behaviors. What were some of those roadblocks to getting this bill done?
I think a lot of the criticisms and concerns that my colleagues and other people in the community had about allowing athletes to make money from their own reputations, name, image, and likeness, which could not have been done without permissive legislation. It's really more about adhesion to tradition. It's about their love of the game. It's about stereotypes, frankly, that we have about college athletes as a culture. And I invited them to instead look at these young athletes for what they are, which is young adults, young men, young women who, I started my first business when I was 18. I've been self-employed basically my whole adult life. And like Adi said with his friend Blake, that's how I met them, is through the business that they started. You know, over a decade ago, we became friends. And how come these young athletes can't have that same opportunity that I had when I was 18, that you had the mind to do when you were in college? We see this all over the world, and in Nebraska, we're very, very proud of this. We're very proud of our startup community, of our entrepreneurial community. So why do we cut these college athletes out of it and say, you're just an amateur, you don't know what you're doing, or you need to be focusing on school, you need to be focusing on your technique as an athlete, whatever. No, I think that these kids, these young adults, are smart enough to figure it out. I think in the early days of passing the legislation, we're in kind of a Wild West period where we're still shaking out the how-tos of all of it and how it's going to be implemented and what it means for relationships on the team and all of these things. But they're adults. They get to make money from their own talent and they get to own their own name.
Ethan, you have a really interesting trajectory, right? Because your college career was largely marked by change. You had 3 coaches, several offensive line coaches, right? You had the COVID season, but you also were recruited before NIL, and then lived through the change into NIL. So how was your football experience different after NIL went into effect?
Yeah, so there's a lot. So NIL came out in the summer 21. And that, everyone was so new, like everyone's scrambling to get things together. I know at one point in the team, everyone was trying to get their brand and started finding people online making their own logos. They'd send somebody $50, they'll get a logo and then start selling shirts. Like that's, now it's a little bit more organized than that, right? We're not spending $500 on buying the shirts and selling them for like, we're not, a lot of 18, 19, and 20-year-old guys aren't businessmen yet, especially football guys. But the change, I think what everyone's been saying, like benefiting off the name and image and likeness. One of the headlines, like I know there was a big push back then with Zion Williamson. He was bringing all this money for Duke and almost got like couldn't benefit off that. I know he was like the next at that time, like the next LeBron James, and that was a big push of trying. But what that's created is, I think, like a free agency almost, right? UNLV's quarterback, like. He's unhappy with the money he's making, and said he was promised $100K down to $3,000, and now he's quitting, right? And for me, I as a lineman and somebody that grew up wanting to play Nebraska football and only Nebraska football, that's all new, but it's starting, I feel like college football is starting to be like the minor leagues, like being substituted for everything and being very professional, and there's a lot of change, and so all the old systems that we have in play, like there's going to be a lot of new things that are going to come to fruition, and I as just somebody, you don't know like the story of like Coach Prime getting a whole bunch of new players, like. For me, as an ex-player, I'm like, that is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Like, I played with the same guys for 5 years. Like Bryce Benhart, Henry Letowski's been there for 4. I was playing. Like, I couldn't imagine going somewhere else and trying to form relationships in a timely manner of like that bond, that brotherhood of football with the guys in expedited 6 months, and trying to put training on top of that, trying to put football on top of that. And I think that's what we're seeing is like, there's no bad teams and there's no bad players. There's just a lot of change. So it's a lot of change. It's a lot to sort of, process and think about ways to sort of systematize it. And Adi, right, so Open Doors, that's part of what you all do is show student athletes how to market themselves, how to sort of be authentic. So can you talk a little bit about your company and
why you thought that was so important.
Absolutely. So Open Doors, our platform, we've got about 150,000 plus student athletes and professional athletes. We've been in this space since 2012, initially starting with the professional landscape, with the NFL, the NBA, the NHL. We brought a lot of our knowledge and expertise from basically doing NIL, because NIL isn't new to sports, it's new to college sports. And so that allowed us to sort of transfer all of our knowledge into this system. And what we've been trying to do with Open Doors is organize all this chaos, right? So that we have athletes like Ethan who I'm confused, I don't know what's going on. Well, here, we're going to give you a platform, and we're going to empower you to control your own contracts, to review your own deals. There's so many bad actors in NIL, and because there's no certification required for you to be a marketing rep or an agent. They're taking 20% on deals from athletes that could have been done over a phone call, right? So these athletes are being often, and they don't know, because they don't know how to negotiate, they don't know how to have a conversation. And so our platform has really been, it was created to create compliance, to create transparency, to give athletes the power to be their own agent, to review their own deals, to participate things, to make it easy. Because at the end of the day, to be a great teammate, you have to focus on your on being obviously your sport, going to class, being a great teammate, and focusing on your sport. But you also don't want to just not participate in NIL at all. And so we wanted to make it as passive of something that you can do, to where you're not losing the opportunity cost of not being involved with NIL, but you're also not creating this huge distraction in your life to where you're just seen as someone who's here today, gone tomorrow, because you want to go somewhere where the grass is greener and you can make some more money. And that part right now, unfortunately, we're seeing the pendulum swing. And we were talking about this earlier. This right now is the best time to be a student athlete. It will never get better from here, because we're going to be swinging in the other direction here pretty soon, and things are going to start to balance themselves out. But if you're a student athlete right now and you're highly recruited, you're going to make just an irrational amount of money that will make no sense at all. And why not? Honestly, why not take advantage of that? Because there's a lot of athletes that have been disenfranchised and come from really bad, disadvantaged backgrounds. And if they can help their families and they can help themselves, they can help their friends, they should be able to do that.
For the audience, we're going to go to questions in about 5 minutes, but I have a couple of more that I wanted to ask. So NIL was interesting to me because it was an acknowledgement that the work that student athletes were doing should be compensated, but it also allowed institutions to sort of say, that's over there, they're dealing with it individually. Senator, you've said in the past that athletes should be compensated from the university system as well. It's a completely different conversation, but it's
He did some research.
Yeah,
yes, I have said that.
I scroll through old tweets. So
am I on Twitter?
What is? Yeah.
Okay.
What is X? I guess. What is the next step in this sort of compensation of athletes? Does it require more legislation? Are we leaning on some of the cases that are working their way through the courts now?
Yeah, I'll be real with you. I have always believed that we should just pay the players. Senator Ernie Chambers was a huge leader in this nationwide in the movement to just say, these athletes are making a lot of money for their institutions at great physical risk to themselves, and they should be compensated somehow. So NIL is almost a workaround to say, okay, we're going to get other people to pay them. And as you said, the universities then kind of say, okay, well, now they're getting paid, so we don't have to have this conversation anymore. But there are further conversations happening, and I think a lot of this is around just the financial empowerment of these athletes for the first time for many of them. Like you were saying, many of them coming from disadvantaged backgrounds, many of them using this money and sending it right back home to support their families and the communities that sent them there. And around that, we're having conversations about unionizing. I mean, it's going many different directions. In Nebraska, we have a very strong NIL law. It does not need to be changed. One thing that we could do in Nebraska to keep us in line with other states like California, I think Washington, I don't want to get it wrong, there's maybe like 3 or 4 others, is updating our law to allow institutions to pay athletes NIL money directly. That's one thing that we could change. But what we have to look for, especially after this settlement in Congress that we're reading about kind of in the last couple weeks here, is making sure that the universities and the institutions in Nebraska are compliant with Nebraska's law, because our law is actually a little bit more generous to athletes than what the NCAA is recommending. And so in the coming months and into our next legislative session starting in January, we want to make sure that our law is solid, that it's serving athletes, that it's protecting athletes, and that our institutions are compliant with the law.
And one last question, Ethan, I'm going to come to you. Because, there's this, you were talking a little bit earlier about how at the very beginning, kids, students would pay, $50, $500 just to, buy 50 t-shirts and then resell them. I think there's a misunderstanding about what NIL kind of is in practice, where most NIL deals are fewer than $500. And there's a big sort of gender gap where only 18% of NIL deals go to, female athletes. So can you talk a little bit more about that experience, not only for students at institutions now, but as students are thinking about what institutions to go to? You're part of the recruiting process here at the university. So how are student athletes thinking about the recruitment process now?
Yeah, so I just, open doors. I think there's a way to estimate your NIL value based on Instagram followers, TikTok followers, and X followers. And going back, right, everyone has different motivations of playing football, right? It could be, like me, I was a Nebraska guy. It would be representing something for your family, representing the name on the back of your jersey. It could be just because you just like playing football, right? Everyone has a different why. But NIL kind of, I think, is a good thing. But it is some noise, right? It gets you distracted, because me personally, coming to Nebraska, I knew exactly what I was signing up for. I knew what this program was all about, and I knew what the expectations were. And that made my career go as smoothly and as, even though the ups and downs, my experience was as high as it could have been, right? The only thing we didn't do was make a bowl game, okay? But everything else for me was as good as the college football experience is going to be. I just think, just to the young guys that are going to go in, just don't, money is good, but there's always going to be something more. There's going to be, you got to, again, football is all about the relationships. It's the greatest team sport. It's all about the relationships. If you get along with the coach, good things will follow, right? Learn how to build the garden before you pick the flowers. So,
absolutely. So we have 2 microphones. You can come around if anyone has audience questions. Just raise your hands and they will find you.
Bringing the journalism aspect into this and reporting, is there anything out there much? I mean, I follow sports and I follow that so-and-so allegedly is getting so much amount of money to go to the University of Kansas, play basketball. Is there kind of any transparency being required of what's being paid from the quarterback down to the punter, and how that's being structured, and whether is more accountability and sports reporters and journalism feel more responsible to maybe be covering this a little bit more in terms of how this is working?
I can take a little bit of that and then I can pass it. So the Washington Post actually just yesterday published a big investigation that, basically said, all right, there isn't a lot of transparency, but what they were able to find through, reaching out to the comms offices, reaching out through FOIA records, they were able to get a sort of general look. That's how you end up getting to that 18% of NIL money goes to female athletes as opposed to other athletes. That's how you get the fewer, most NIL deals are fewer than $500. So I think it is something that people are looking into more from the journalism perspective. But in terms of thinking about legislating towards transparency, and then also any ways that you were thinking about it.
Yeah, so from our point of view, basically the number one rule from the day that NIL started is that as long as there's an activity in exchange for those dollars, it didn't matter. There's no sort of market value or or fair market value that exists. So you could pay this athlete $10,000 or this athlete $100,000 for the same appearance. It didn't matter. And as far as transparency goes, it's really up to the schools whether or not. So those FOIA requests that came through, the reason that some of that data is a little bit misleading is because not every school is going to disclose every single activity. So you're getting kind of fragmented pieces of data, and also not every school is going to, maybe cover every single sport. So sometimes you're just not getting the full picture. But what I will tell you is that because of collectives, we work with about 40 or so collectives. Some athletes on an individual basis are making up to $2, $3, $4 million a year. Just one athlete, right? And they're typically getting those payments sort of distributed over a monthly installment or a bi-weekly installment. And then they have activities that they have to perform to receive that, typically appearances, autograph signings, different things like that. But as long as they are disclosing that to the school, they're sort of taking care of this is not a pay-for-play thing. This is, still, eligible for them to stay on the team to be able to play. So that transparency, we tried, like Open Doors was a big advocate in the initial NCAA RFP to bring fair market value and a third-party administrator where all of this would have been avoided. No chaos. You would have been able to have everything in there, and the world would literally have access to it. But they chose to go the other direction.
If only they listened to you.
Well, it wasn't just us. It was a lot of people. That's true. Yeah. So that's where that data comes from.
Thank you so much for your question. We have one over here.
Hi there. With these payments for NIL athletes, whether it is $500 or $5 million, are they signing a contract? Are they negotiating on their own behalf with these organizations?
I would say that the athletes that are getting those, $1 million plus, they have agents, right? They have representation. They have, the CAAs, the Wassermans, the Excel Sports. They saw this trend sort of coming up, and they're getting representation. And here's what's also happening in the recruiting world too. Now, certainly at every P4 school, there is an office in the athletic department that when parents and recruits come to visit, they go into the office, and that's the office where they talk about money. And that's how recruiting gets done. It's like, and sometimes, guys, it's not even the athletes, it's the parents saying, hey, how much are you going to pay? Like that's how the conversation is driven. And it's just, that's the reality that we live in. And as Senator Hunt mentioned earlier, a lot of times they are sending that money back, literally back to their family, back to their community. And, however you want to look at that.
It's just another market.
Yeah.
Everyone's got talents that they contribute to the world, and there's a market value for those things. And the transparency piece is a different conversation.
So I understand we have a lot of questions, but we unfortunately have to leave it there. So Senator Hunt, Adi, Ethan, thank you so much for your time, and thank you all for your great questions.
And now, for the view from Town Hall, Nebraska mayors in conversation, please welcome Josh Moaning, Mayor of Norfolk, Nebraska, Lyrian Gaylor Baird, Mayor of Lincoln, Nebraska, with Natalia Alamdari, senior reporter at the Flatwater Free Press.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natalia. I cover rural Nebraska here at the Flatwater Free Press. Thank you all for joining us today. I feel like today we've had a lot of discussion about state politics and federal politics, but now we're going to take things local down into City Hall. We have a conversation with two Nebraska mayors. We have Mayor Lyrian Gaylor-Baird of Lincoln. She was elected in 2019 and won re-election in 2023. During her time as mayor, she's prioritized improving access to affordable housing, a climate action plan that covers things like reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and fostering a culture of equity and inclusion in Lincoln. And before being elected mayor, she served on the Lincoln City Council for 6 years. Next to her, we have Josh Moaning of Norfolk in northeast Nebraska. He has served as mayor of Norfolk for 8 years. Before that, he spent 4 years on Norfolk City Council, and he has prioritized things like bringing business and new development to the city of 26,000 people, clean energy initiatives like building the state's largest solar facility, and has introduced a creative district into town. So thank you so much to both of you for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, we're going to start off by talking about something that you two both have in common as far as local priorities, and that's clean energy. So both of your communities have prioritized clean energy and climate resistance. Mayor Moaning, I wonder if you could talk us through why clean energy products are so important for a community, particularly the size of Norfolk.
Sure, it's a great question, very timely. I actually just came here from the Nebraska Wind and Solar Conference, where there was record turnout, about 400 people working in the industry. The way we viewed this issue is both one in which we can engage in climate solutions and rural economic development, because clean energy generation, particularly wind in our part of the state, but now more and more solar, is really a way to attract investment. There's been $7 billion worth of capital investment in Nebraska over the last 5 to 7 years in these wind and solar projects. And if there's another industry that's invested that much in recent years in rural places, I'm not sure of it. There's a direct linkage, I think, to make between energy generation in our state and agriculture. All of these wind facilities and solar facilities are placed on farmland and have the participation and partnership of farmers that are looking for ways to diversify their income and add new income generation. And in the meantime, in the construction phase periods of these jobs, there's a lot of new money injected into local economies. Norfolk has seen that and benefited from it. And as the projects are established and put in place, they're paying taxes, local taxes that go to school districts and local governments that help lower the property tax burden for everyone. So we see climate issues as both a way to engage in the solution and promote new economic opportunity in rural places.
And I'm curious, I wonder, do you think if that economic incentive wasn't there, would it be harder to get that buy-in on projects just like for the pure sake of thinking about sustainability in the future? Do you think, how essential do you think that part is?
I think there's both and, but we've certainly made the business case for it. We established, as you said, the largest community solar project in the state, an 8.5 megawatt solar facility with a battery storage system. And it wasn't a hard case to make when our city council recognized that by doing so, citizens and businesses, by participating in that program, could lower their monthly energy bills by 15 to 20%. That was a no-brainer. So there's a business case here. It's also socially responsible, and it's a good branding opportunity for our city and our part of the state as well.
Mayor Gaylor-Baird, one of the things that I thought was interesting about Lincoln's climate action plan is that it looks at things beyond electricity, like thinking about food access and planting native plants in the city. I wonder if you could talk us through, why small movements like that are just as important as larger scale things like solar and wind turbines and things like that.
Well, thank you, and thank you for coming to have this forum in Lincoln, which is, of course, the capital of Nebraska and also the capital of Husker Nation. So I kind of think about climate action as being both offense and defense. We want to play defense against some of the impacts of an accelerated rate of climate change. We know from looking at the data that's provided on rainfall that we're seeing more of it and more intensity of storms that can lead to floods. We are also, on the flip side, see too little water in certain seasons. We can see floods and droughts. So we want to play defense against those kinds of impacts at the local level, and we're taking steps with our climate action plan to reduce the greenhouse gases that contribute to these severe weather events. And on offense, we're looking for ways to protect our quality of life into the future. And so you can do that through local foods, that's health and nutrition. It's also resilience against interruptions to the supply chain that we saw during the pandemic. It's also community building, because you can bring neighbors, new Americans, nonprofits, and the resources of the university together to grow and to then take products to market. And taking products to market is another part of playing offense. We can look at this, as Mayor Moning was saying, as economic opportunity, opportunities for growth and development in a new clean energy economy. That change is coming. I don't think people are debating that anymore. So how can we get ready for it? How can we prepare people for jobs of the future? These are the kinds of questions that mayors all across the country are asking ourselves, and that we're definitely pursuing here in Lincoln.
What a great segue into what I was going to ask about next. Norfolk and Lincoln are two very different communities in terms of size and location, but you both have eyes on this same goal of revitalizing downtowns and drawing people in. I wonder, how have you tailored those goals to your specific communities? Mayor Moning, we can start with you.
Sure. Every community has a unique history and story to tell. Norfolk, you hear me say Norfolk and not Norfolk. There's a story behind that. Some of you know it. The namesake of our community is the North Fork of the Elkhorn River. And one of our top quality of life enhancement projects in recent years has been making that river, where the community started and gave life to the community in the first place, usable and attractive for people to engage in recreation and public gathering spaces. And so we've done a dam conversion project on the river. What was there 120 years ago was a dam that powered the flour mill, the first commercial endeavor in the city. Things changed over 100 years. There were floods. A flood control project was built in the late 60s, which made it possible to take that stretch of the North Fork and remove that old dam structure and put in its place 7 different drop structures, making a whitewater river trail just off of our downtown. And so that project was important to me because it ties back to our history, it's placemaking, it provides for new outdoor recreation activities. It's also creating tourism in our economy that is an element that we've not seen before. So it's close to our downtown. It had that public improvement investment has been a catalyst to new private investment too. Our downtown has really revitalized itself. That has been important to us to focus on in recent years. And so we've seen a lot of new energy and vibrancy come with that focus on quality of life. And I've heard Mayor Leary talk about Lincoln being the quality of life capital of America. And they've done a great job of that. I think more and more of our communities in Nebraska focusing on that can realize the potential in our state.
Mayor Gaylor Baird in Lincoln, I feel like the city already has the draw of the university and sporting events and events like this, but how do you combine that already existing infrastructure that draws people in with extra projects that the city has taken on?
Thank you. We do feel that sports is a huge part of our city's identity as the capital of Husker Nation. And to that end, one of the signature projects that my administration has worked on in partnership with the philanthropic community and private sector is building out new youth ball fields, baseball and softball fields that will allow us to host regional tournaments and bring more people to our community, and also just give our kids greater places to play. And included in that are fields for Homer's Heroes, which serves people with physical disabilities who want to play the game, and we'll also partner with Wesleyan to have that be the home field for the college. So that's one way we've built on our identity as a sports town. But as we think about downtown more generally and the quality of life that we have, we don't have a river. but we have a groove. Well, Lincoln is located about halfway between Denver and Chicago, and a lot of traveling bands stop in Lincoln and have for decades. And they play the Zoo Bar. They play at the Bourbon. We've got wonderful music venues with great acts, both visiting and local. And to build on that sort of homegrown talent and that homegrown brand, if you will, we're building out a music district. And this is an idea that came up from the community. Mayors have this wonderful opportunity to convene and work with people on the ground and lift up local voices. And so the music district has really emerged from those conversations over the years. And so we're building out some infrastructure, improving the streetscapes on 14th and O, and we'll plan to even create, right now is under construction, something we call the Music Box. It's a new venue, an idea from the community to allow for a performance and collaboration space where people can learn their craft, both as performers or even as producers. So music producers will have the chance to learn how to get into the business from that angle. So we're excited to build on the talents and the tastes of our community as we build out that music district in downtown Lincoln.
Mayor Moaning, I'm curious, kind of tied to this conversation about community amenities, both for people who could potentially move into a place and the people who also live in a place already. Last year, the Norfolk paper reported this, but Flatwater Free Press also did coverage on the former general manager of Norfolk's bus agency, North Fork Area Transit, who was charged with embezzling more than $740,000 from the transit agency, which, to be clear, not a city agency, it was a nonprofit.
Good clarifier.
Yes. But the city had contributed about $420,000 in funding to the bus system. Has anything about that incident kind of changed how the city decides, like, who to fund, how to decide that funding? Has it changed any of those processes?
Sure. So that is a nonprofit agency, and it was experiencing a very significant ramp up in services, which nobody's sorry about, because public transit is a huge need. It's as important in rural places as it is in urban places. And so there's still a lot of pride for that setback that happened. It was really great to see the community rally around the system as a whole. It recognized the need, and it was on the ropes after that happened. With that money just gone, it had to suspend operations for a few weeks. And there was a private fundraising effort made, and they're back on their feet, and they're providing that service, and they're growing again. And so I think it was a lesson, not only in the point of your question about, the scrutiny, strict accounting and bookkeeping, making sure those measures are built in to any kind of public support for efforts like this, but in general, the importance of having an efficient, well-run, comprehensive public transit system to help people get to work, get to doctor's appointments, get to school in some cases. So yeah, there was a challenge, but we met it, and now I would say the system is as strong or stronger than ever.
Mm-hmm. Right, because I remember those couple of months, or I don't remember how long of a span of time it was when the buses were down, but there was that kind of like patchwork replacement of, okay, who has a bus that we can get to get people to doctor's appointments and things that they really need to get to. I wanted to ask both of you about law enforcement as well. So both Lincoln and Norfolk have experienced upheaval when it comes to police leadership. Lincoln has seen significant turnover in police chiefs in the past years. The top two in command in Norfolk have been placed on administrative leave since September. I'm wondering if a community loses trust in its law enforcement, specifically those at the top, what has to happen to rebuild that trust, and what are you all thinking in terms of steps to be taken from the current situations that y'all are in? Mayor Moaning, you can go first.
Yeah, so law enforcement environment around the country is tough right now, all around, and so retention of officers, that's an ongoing challenge. Leadership, cultural leadership is very important. We have put a lot of focus on community policing in terms of our police officers being in neighborhoods, introducing themselves to newcomers, community service officers being in schools. So we have 2 community service officers full-time that are in our schools day in and day out, and building those relationships, making sure that young people know that the police are there to help, and they're not some kind of scary threat, that we're all in this together to build a safe community. So there's been a lot of focus on that, building a culture in which our police division is really enculturated in the community at large, and is seen as a benefit. Some of it's storytelling too, telling the story of our officers visiting lemonade stands and helping kids replace the chains on their bike, things like that. And so there's been a new focus on culture building within the police division.
I'm curious though, do you think that the current administrative leave situation in Norfolk will maybe be a setback to that work that's been happening?
I don't think so. I think actually it's an opportunity to make the division stronger than it was before.
Mayor Gaylor-Baird, what do you think in terms of that question of, what does city leadership have to do in order to build that trust with law enforcement in the community?
Yeah, well, I think as public safety is our top priority, and every day is a new opportunity to grow the relationships that allow for public safety to flourish. Our police officers know that they have a job that they suit up for every day that puts them at risk, and they bravely put on the badge and do that job, but they also know that they have to do that job in partnership with our neighborhood associations, with our nonprofits, with our cultural centers. They know that they can do their job more effectively when they have relationships that provide them with information, with understanding, with tips, and with the ability to effectively recognize what solution is needed presented by a particular call for service. In Lincoln, we're really proud of some of the ways our public safety law enforcement officials are partnering to meet the needs of community members when they call, because sometimes when you call 911, it's not actually an ambulance or a squad car that needs to come. It's a street outreach worker, someone who can help with mental health services, or for folks experiencing mental health crises. So we're partnering with a co-responder model that we're going to launch in the coming year with a nonprofit in town called Centerpoint, where we will be able to co-respond to calls involving mental health crises. We've already launched the alternate response program with Centerpoint, where we send a street outreach team if someone is experiencing homelessness and might be better served with access to resources and the services of Centerpoint's social workers. So I think by demonstrating all of the ways that we are trying to serve, then we show our community that they should have trust. And I think Lincoln's community is very proud of our law enforcement officers and very proud of our LPD team in general.
Mm-hmm. Kind of tied to that question of, upheaval within an agency though. Earlier this year, Flatwater Free Press reporter Naomi Delcamiller reported that since 2016, Lincoln has paid more than $3.5 million to settle 6 lawsuits alleging retaliation for reporting sexual assault within both the police and fire departments. And the city did implement policy changes in 2022 tied to a review stemming from all that, but 3 of those 6 cases were filed after those 2022 policy changes. So I'm just curious, is there anything more that the city is thinking of changing after the 2022 changes, looking at, okay, there are more lawsuits that have stemmed since that. Do we need to do any more reevaluation?
We're committed to continuous improvement all across the city of Lincoln, and we did inherit a fair number of cases. When I came into office, they were already kind of sitting and working through the process. I can't comment on matters that are undergoing legal investigation right now, but what I can tell you is that Chief Michonne Morrow and her predecessor both have been very committed to reaching out to our team, understanding their needs, understanding what the issues have been. We hired 21st century policing to do a full evaluation of our department so that they could help us look where we could make improvements. We have made improvements in how we can reach out and recruit women to the department. We have implemented a family and parental leave policy throughout the city of Lincoln that helps make it easier for women to be on the force. I mean, there are things that we are doing even in the hiring processes where we have brought in outside groups to help us with those hiring and promotion processes to try to remove any sense of bias in that process. So we are committed to continuous improvement, and we'll continue to let those other issues work through the system.
I feel like a common theme of today has been political polarization, particularly at the national level and how that trickles down into state politics. But I'm also curious about how it affects politics at the local level and the job of mayoring. And with you two on this stage, I feel like it's really interesting how you're from two different political parties but have so much in common as far as, you know, the different initiatives you've prioritized, how you approach mayoring. In your years of being mayors, I'm curious, do you see the job and its responsibilities as something that kind of transcends party lines? Like, how has that played out in your experience?
Absolutely. I can't tell you how many times I've heard the president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors talk about how there are three kinds of people: Republicans, Democrats, and mayors. Really, you don't gerrymander a city. You know, we serve everyone, and we run on a nonpartisan basis, and I think that helps as well. But the issues we face are very close to home. We live in our communities. We're accountable directly to our friends, neighbors, and folks who call our communities home. And so I think that in many cases, partisan politics, there's not as much place for that. I had the opportunity through the U.S. Conference of Mayors to get to know the mayor of Miami a few years ago, and he was doing climate resilience bonds, and he was working on automated vehicles. And I just sort of assumed maybe he was a Democrat. And the next thing I know, he's entered the presidential primary as a Republican. You can't necessarily tell based on the work we do, because so much of it is about protecting people, property, quality of life, making sure people have housing, making sure that we have emergency medical response that arrives when you need it in the form that you need it. And so, we are taking care of basic fundamental services, even as we have ambitious projects to improve our downtowns and drive tourism in our economies.
Yeah, it's the front lines of people's interaction with their government. I wouldn't have it any other way. I've said this before. I've had experience to work in state and federal government in various capacities. I've told people local government has been absolutely the most gratifying and rewarding, because you can see change happen more in real time, and you don't have to, and you shouldn't have to, deal with the partisan back and forth and gamesmanship that dominates Washington and more our state house.
Do you think that in recent years the partisanship has started affecting local government more?
We are seeing all across the country preemption laws being imposed upon municipalities by state houses, and that's very concerning. This is a topic of conversation amongst mayoral communities, because as we try to keep people safe, when you roll back our ability to regulate just common sense gun laws, that's a concern on the ground. These are keeping us from being able to even regulate things like Airbnbs and VRBO, which, by the way, has an effect on the cost of housing. So it's very difficult when we are on the front lines having to answer to people and to try to come up with solutions, but at the same time having a lot of our authority taken away by state legislatures. So that preemption's a big concern.
Yeah, and I would say there's been a notable trend just in recent years, maybe not as much political polarization at the local level, but some people's addiction to anger, to outrage, to just being mad about things and wanting to come tell their local government about it. So that really speaks to the importance of mayors, elected officials, focusing on civility, having cool heads, making sure that we're building communities where everybody feels like they're neighbors and they can be connected to the community and have pride in it.
We have 1 minute left, so I have one more bonus question, 30 seconds each. We talked about a lot of big issues today, but I'm curious to each of you, what do you think is the biggest issue Nebraska mayors are facing today?
I will go back to preemption. I think we just saw a legislative session and a special session where there was an effort to limit how cities can grow their budgets, put 0% caps on us. And at the same time, we've got people coming to us every day saying, help us build more affordable housing, help us take care of the homeless, help us revitalize downtown, help us fund our nonprofits. And so when you've got pressure from the ground saying, help us, and pressure from above saying, stay static, it's a very difficult place to be, and that's been an issue in Nebraska.
Mayor Moaning, your thoughts?
Yeah, I would say just in general, it's very important, especially in rural places, to break out of the status quo and think bigger than we have. There's so much opportunity in this world, only if we embrace it as such. And quality of life, placemaking, those things build pride in the place that you live, and we need to focus more on that in our community building efforts.
All right, we are at time. Thank you so much to both of you for being here, and thank you all for attending.
And now for a conversation on Nebraska's future of higher education, please welcome Jeffrey P. Gold, President of the University of Nebraska System, with Adam Harris, Senior Fellow, New America, and contributing writer, The Atlantic.
Good afternoon again, everyone. It's been a long time since I've seen you. President Gold, thank you so much for being with us today. I've been really excited for this conversation as well. I mean, it's always great to engage with leaders of institutions. And you officially took over the role on July 1st. So, you've had a couple of months. Have you fixed everything yet?
Working on it.
No, seriously, you're moving from running an institution in a system to running the system as a whole. It's a little bit different. So what have you learned about the university system since joining them, since becoming the?
Well, Adam, as many in the audience may know, I've been in Nebraska now for about 10 and a half years. I really love this community and the state. And I've had multiple different roles. I was originally recruited to be the 8th Chancellor of the University Medical Center. I've chaired the board of our healthcare system. But I also had 4 years as being the Chancellor of our large undergraduate university, UNO, our metropolitan campus in Omaha. And then for the previous 3 years, I was the Provost and Executive Vice President of the system. So I've had multiple different lenses into the system. But to directly answer your question, I spent most of my time in the last 100-plus days outside of the office, away from my desk, in rural and urban settings, meeting with faculty and staff and students, but equally importantly, and maybe even more importantly, going to Rotary meetings, going to rural Nebraska and meeting with farmers and ranchers and spending time listening to people. And there are no surprises to me other than to say that it just reinforces the value of the university system here in Nebraska, the great loyalty people have, not only to our athletic programs, but frankly much more than that, where they want their kids and grandkids to be educated, where they get their health care, where our extension services support them, but also expectations for continued growth and excellence.
Yeah. And, I'm sort of a romantic about the role of higher education in American society, right? There's this great quote from George Washington in his first address before Congress where he says, "There's nothing that better deserves your patronage than the arts and the sciences, because knowledge in every country is the surest basis of public happiness." As you've been going around and
I love that quote, by the way.
Yeah, it's sort of a North Star for me. But people in academia, similarly, right, are really idealistic about higher education and its benefits. So as you've gone around and you've had these conversations, what do you see as the role of higher education in this moment?
Well, there's a long legacy of higher education. The University of Nebraska system, although formed in 1968 as a university system by the legislature of the state, actually goes back over 150 years when the Lincoln campus, our land-grant flagship campus, the one we're on today, was actually founded. But there's little question in my mind, in spite of the legacy of all of our great university systems, and I'm a product of several of them, as you may know, I don't think what got us here is going to get us there. And what I mean by that is I think the role of higher education, particularly public higher education, has never been more valuable than it is today to uplift people from poverty, create social mobility, frankly, protect our democracy, to go back to your quote, and to, frankly, meet our students, our faculty and staff where they are and where they need to be to continue to evolve, as I like to say, from excellence to extraordinary, but at the same time to listen very carefully to the key stakeholders, the taxpayers of our state who support us, to the parents and families of our students, as to what their expectations are and to continue to evolve.
And that goes to this point that you've made before. You've talked about needing to rebuild the confidence in higher education, in institutions. Can you talk a little bit more about what that means, right? Rebuilding the confidence, rebuilding that sort of public trust in the institutions. Is that rebuilding the trust of lawmakers? Is that rebuilding the trust of the community? What does restoring confidence in higher education look like?
Well, I see it across the whole spectrum, Adam, because what is going to help rebuild trust within the legislature, what is going to help rebuild trust in private communities, frankly, trust in healthcare systems and just across the entire spectrum, is to communicate frankly where we are and where we're not, again, to listen to people and to share with them, what the data actually shows. I mean, there is no question that college education, undergraduate and particularly graduate college education, produces not only much more earning capability during your life financially, but it produces a longer, more fulfilled and fulfilling life. It produces less demand on our healthcare system. And by any parameter we want to measure, now whether it's cause and effect, we can have that debate at some time. But there is no question in my mind that the value proposition of higher education is there. How we communicate it, I think that's where we really need to do some work.
When you say how we communicate, it's sort of tying it more to, there's this tendency now to tie everything to workforce, right? If you're going to college, it's so that you can get a job, right? Before, there was this idea, you mentioned the 1860s and the sort of Morrill Act, how the university was funded and sort of grew out. There was this idea that the institution was going to be not simply for the people who are attending it, but also for the general public, right? It's to build sort of good citizens. So, what is communicating that message sort of look like?
Yeah, well, the workforce development and the economic consequences of workforce development, are the focus these days. And, as I crisscross the state, everybody, I always ask the same question: what are the top 3 things the university could do for your community? And the answer is workforce, workforce, and workforce. And by the way, Jeff, if you're not listening, it's workforce. I try to listen, but, I do my best. But, there's so much more to a college education. I'm a first-generation student, grew up in the inner city of New York, and for me to have gotten out of that setting, to be exposed to an incredible different number of things, students from all over the world, faculty with all different history and all different types of experiences, and campus life, was a remarkable growth opportunity for me. Met the love of my life, and last August we celebrated 50 years together. Well, thank you for that.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. They actually somebody recently suggested to my wife that she should write a book on the care and feeding of Jeff and how to survive with it. But I see the college experience not just from the perspective of workforce development, which is important to the industrial side of our state, to our not just our farming and ranching communities, but to the manufacturing communities, banking, insurance, and healthcare, and so many others, but also as an opportunity for young women and young men to have that kind of experience. And as an 80-year-old rancher told me when I was the priority candidate last spring, the role of a great university is to teach individuals how to think, not what to think. But in order to create critical analysis, in order to create critical thinkers, they have to be exposed to a variety of different opportunities and different views and different types of people and different types of setting. I mean, I think the University of Nebraska is incredibly well positioned for the future because we have a very wide spectrum of those experiences, from the most rural to the most urban, in the most consummate professional areas, down to whatever they may want to do.
So As the leader of a system, it's natural to sort of want your system to be a world leader, or at least a national leader on several fronts, academic, athletic, various. And a big part of that, to have the system as a whole be a leader, is to have the flagship be a leader. And one of the biggest distinctions in higher education for that is to be a member of the AAU.
Sure.
And so Nebraska hasn't been a member since 2011. How important is it to reclaim that distinction and rejoin the AAU?
Well, first of all, it would be a great achievement for the university and for my presidency to achieve that. However, it is the things that the Association of American Universities, the AAU, stand for, of academic excellence, of research prominence, of doctoral degrees awarded, of social mobility for Pell-eligible students, that really make a difference to me. And so our focus is going to be on all of those areas of genuine academic excellence. And by the way, on the gridiron and on the hardwood as well, as you know. But those are the areas that we are focused on. The area of academic excellence unquestionably is the North Star. Yeah. And that is what is, I believe, going to define the future value proposition of higher education. Because young women and young men are very, very aware of what types of experiences that they're going to have in a college environment, and going to a number of home games and participating in Greek life and the other aspects of the social maturation process are not irrelevant or unimportant, but they also want to be stimulated intellectually. They want to be with faculty members, not who read the textbooks and the journal articles, but those who write the textbooks and the journal articles. And that's our goal towards aspiring to all of the things that the AAU stands for. Now, what you may or may not know, I'm sure you do, but maybe the audience doesn't, it's not like you apply to the AAU and you click send and your application goes on and 90 days later. It doesn't work that way. It's by invitation only. But I have met with the leadership of the AAU, and I've been told and reassured that it is certainly possible to be reconsidered for membership. And so our job is just to be worthy of that consideration.
Absolutely.
And we need help.
There have been some concerns, right, that a focus on the AAU for UNL might take away from some of the non-flagship campuses. Are those concerns sort of misplaced? How are you thinking about focusing on ensuring that the flagship is as academically excellent as possible, while also ensuring that the rest of the campuses aren't being sort of shorted on their growth?
Well, all of our campuses have a different mission. They're obviously geographically separate, and they have different strengths, they have different weaknesses, etc. But one of the really prominent parts about the AAU that I've come to fully understand, at least I believe I do, is there are currently 71 members of the AAU, and of which 2 are Canadian and the other 69 are American universities. And of the 69 American universities, 57 of them have a large academic medical center as part of their university. Now, we have historically, because of the way the university was constructed, the system was constructed in 1968, the University of Nebraska Medical Center and the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, the campus here, are reported separately. They're viewed as 2 separate organizations. And so one of the questions that we are facing now is what would it take for the AAU, and frankly for every other accrediting body, the Higher Learning Commission, the IPEDS reporting system, the National Science Foundation, and others, to view us for what we really are, is a combined, very tightly integrated system. And so we're looking at the specifics, the details of maybe we can take down some of those reporting barriers. So I'll give you an example. The National Science Foundation asks us to report research productivity on an annual basis. And so they get a report for the Med Center, they get a report for UNO, they get a report for the Lincoln campus here. So if you just look at the Lincoln campus, I think last year or 2 years ago, in the overall spectrum of American universities, we would have ranked 126th in the so-called herd reporting. If you were to combine the Med Center and UNL together, we would have ranked 46th. I mean, and so in reality, we are one system. And so the question is, what did it take to combine that reporting? And so, you know, we wrote a letter to the National Science Foundation and said, listen, we're really one system. This is the evidence for it. We have one president. We have one chief executive officer. We combine this. We do that. And they said, yeah, you're right. You can combine the reporting. So now, as of last February, we reported it as a single institution. And you know, and that's without the continued growth of our research programs, which are, you know, continuing to grow, fortunately, at a really good clip. So those are the kinds of considerations. You know, some of that is just doing the math and getting the reporting correct, but I also know that we have to be focused on the core of academic excellence, and we are. I know that for a fact.
So it seems like everyone in higher education right now is really worried about the enrollment cliff that is coming, and the budget issues that might come alongside that, right? A lot of institutions are very tuition driven. How are you thinking about that sort of demographic shift and how the university can maintain its status and also continue to grow when that traditional pool of students is shifting?
Sure. Well, it comes back to our earlier conversation, and that if we really have high-value, quality education programs, there'll be students, traditional students and non-traditional students, from all over the country and all over the world that want to be here. And so my job is to be sure that every high school student across the United States and halfway around the world has at least one night to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning in a cold sweat and say, if I could only go to Nebraska. You think I'm kidding, but I'm not kidding. I absolutely mean that. But certainly we need to be able to be on the want list of students from the coasts. We need to be on the want list from students who are from abroad that want the experience here. And in many ways we are, but you know, we have not really told the story as well as we can. And you know, that's one of the reasons I'm so thrilled to have a few minutes with you today too, because we are a phenomenally excellent system of higher education. And the accolades, the awards, the credentials are remarkable, but the Nebraska nice humility that goes with it sometimes doesn't always work in our favor.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the budget generally, because I mean most institutions are facing budget woes of some sort. I think there's a $58 million shortfall at one point. So how are you thinking about addressing budget issues while still maintaining that excellence for your institutions?
Sure. Well, you know, here in Nebraska, we have no choice. We have to have a balanced budget every year, and we do, without doubt. So there are always two ways to deal with any budgetary challenge. You know, it's just like it is in our household. You either have to earn more or spend less, right? And so we have spent, you know, this is my 11th year here. For 11 years, we have tightened the belt and looked at ways that we can reduce our costs, become more efficient, become more effective. Some of that has worked. Some of it has been less than perfect. But at the end of the day, growth has got to be the answer. Growth in research and sponsored programs, growth in enrollment, growth in breadth and depth of our academic offerings. You know, are there programs that we should be offering? For instance, we've recently put together a program for non-credit bearing students, particularly non-traditional students, who may need a course here or a course there or a learning experience. That I think has potential to grow because, you know, over time, the non-traditional students are going to become the majority of the students. You know, you talk about the enrollment cliff of graduating high school students. You know, we can do the math. I mean, every future Husker that's going to enroll on this campus has, you know, for the next 17 years is already on this planet. We can do the head count and figure out who they are and where they are. And by the way, if there's anybody in this room that wants to enroll, just find me at the end of this chat. But you know, we have to think about what are the needs of our businesses, you know, across the entire state and of the region, and are we offering really the cutting edge programs? What's the blend of a more traditional classroom education versus online versus hybridized education. What's the role of augmented and virtual reality in moving things forward? And, another major question is, are we doing as good a job as we can possibly do in commercializing the intellectual property that this great university produces through our research engines? And, excellence is a journey. It's not a destination, so we can always do better.
Absolutely. I have to ask about diversity, equity, and inclusion. UNL closed the Office for Diversity and Inclusion, and there were something like $100,000 in related cuts last year. UNO closed their Gender and Sexuality office, the Office of Multicultural Affairs. So my question is really around, a lot of these centers, a lot of these offices tended to be about retention, tended to be about creating community. How do you replace those aspects of those centers, whether that's gender and sexuality, whether that's a multicultural affairs center?
Yeah, well, first of all, I appreciate the question because it's a really important one. And the future of any great university has to be a welcoming environment where we make people feel that they belong. All people feel that they belong, because that is core to the future of any institution, but it's particularly core to a public land-grant university system as we are. So the decisions of that nature are really made, as I best understand them, to some extent, to accomplish budgetary needs. We just talked about the fact that every year we're asked to do more with less, and we are, of course, subject to the same inflationary pressures that any organization is subject to. But it really comes down, at least in my opinion, is how do you affect what you're trying to accomplish in the most efficient and effective way? And does that occur in an office with a name on the door? Does that occur as the business of every person on the campus, meaning every enrollment officer, every student affairs program that needs to be focused on creating opportunities for students? And so as I look at these changes that occur over the university system, and as the chancellors and the vice chancellors will come to discuss that with me, I always ask the question of, okay, if you're going to move this from here to there, how are we going to be absolutely sure that we're meeting our students where they are, that we have a broad cohort of faculty that are clearly focused? I love to say we need to admit not an entering class, but a graduating class, which means that we need to understand where our students grew up, what their needs are, whether they come from rural or urban backgrounds, whether they have specific disabilities or not, whether they've had military experience or not. And it turns out, perhaps most significantly in predicting outcome actually has to do with coming from a disadvantaged household that would be classified as poverty. Free and reduced lunch at the high school level and at the middle school level is probably one of the strongest predictors of academic success. And just the ability to identify those needs of students. Giving you a really good example of that, we're looking at college math. Now, every college student, or almost every college student, I guess, takes some math. Well, you might Unfortunately. Well, I took a lot as an engineer, so I get it. But it turns out that the DFW rate, the rate of getting a D, an F, or withdrawing, is about 25%. That is across all of for instance, our Big Ten peers. Why is that? Well, there are predictors, but the single most powerful predictor is actually coming from poverty, or a surrogate of poverty. So if we can identify what the students' needs are, where they went to high school, what courses they took, and indeed what their background is, what their support systems are, we want to be sure that we knock those numbers down, and we're laser focused on it.
I think you might have sensed this, but that was actually a perfect segue to my next question. Because you've told a story before about a student whose father had recently lost his job, whose mother had cancer or was diagnosed with cancer, and what it taught you about how things can change a person's life. Can you, one, share that story, and then also answer sort of how does a university systematize caring for their students?
Sure. Well, I'd love to tell the story, and the story is that it was my first year of being a medical school dean, which was a long time ago, and we had just done our incoming class white coat ceremony, in which the dean and the associate deans literally draped white coats on the shoulders of the incoming medical students as a traditional marker to being a professional, and from a vocation to a profession. And we had done that, and I was sitting in my office on a late Friday afternoon, early evening, thinking about the weekend, and this young lady came in tears and told me the story about how she missed a deadline for applying for financial aid, how her father had lost her job, how her mom was sick, and that she was giving me back the coat because she was going to withdraw. And so I was the dean. I thought I could solve any problem, you know, and you're the dean, you can solve a lot of problems. So I called up the financial aid director, and there's nobody in the office at 6:30 on a Friday night. And so I called the dean of students, the associate dean of students, and similarly, there was nobody in the office. And I, didn't happen to have the cell phone numbers at that time. So she told me that she couldn't even afford the books to go to class on Monday morning. And so I, did what I would do for one of my own children. What do? I reached into my pocket, handed her my credit card, and said, "Go buy your books, return the credit card to me, and show up in class on Monday, and we'll work out the financial aid." And that's exactly what we did, what she did. It cost about $160 and change to do that. She gave me my credit card back, matriculated, and graduated at the top of her class. And I tell that story, thank you. I tell that story because it proves that even the tiniest little things, but it also was a very powerful message to me, and I hope it is to others when I retell the story, and that's why I retell it, is that when you treat our students like you would treat your own children, when you put them first. As a children's heart surgeon, I spent 25 years of my life taking care of other kids. And I never had a family, or rarely say, where'd you go to medical school? Did you graduate at the top of your class? How much experience did you have? They never asked me what sports I played in college, fortunately. But they did ask me this: are you going to take care of my child the way you take care of one of your own? And when you can convince them through your thoughts, through your emotion, through the way they literally hand that baby into your arms, that is what they need to be confident that you're going to do the very, very best you can do. And frankly, that is one of the reasons I chose to accept this position, because I think that is the future of higher education. We have to treat every single student, and by the way, our faculty and staff, like beloved family members. And if we make them feel special, and we make sure that they have the opportunities that they need to be successful, I don't think we're ever going to have to worry about balancing the budget again.
President Gold, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you all so much, and thank you for your thoughtful answers, President Gold.
Appreciate you.